Hi, my name is Bob. I work at a marketing agency. Today is going to be my last day at work. I don't know it yet, but I feel kind of funny. And this is our client, Typhoon. They make forestry machinery. You know, stuff for transporting and chopping wood. I presented them a great idea for a short TV commercial with children playing Mikado pickup sticks. And then it all began. The boss asked, how are we going to show their products? It's mostly a symbolic story, but it tells a lot. And they insisted on showing their machines and to make the ad bigger, whatever that means. Film director Samantha came up with the bright idea of making a giant Mikado pickup sticks game, but with tree trunks. Yeah, but where are our products? There's gonna be machines too. And people too. Girls? Yeah. There's gonna be girls. Girls fighting for a giant Mikado pickup sticks game with machines. Samantha also wanted men fighting with giant sticks. And then the client wanted to show everything they make. Machines like the firewood processor, hydraulic tractor crane, and everything else I had no idea about. Yeah, but I suggest we just stick to the message. What if we put this machine in this battle in the background, like it's there by coincidence? Thank God I have my boss always around to come up with a great solution. This time with, what if we try cats? The internet loves cats. At that point, I could only think about how many bills I still had to pay, and why do I need to sell cats for a living? Two teams battling each other, and a big cat in between them. I mean, it's gonna be like a storm. Finally, the main question, how much budget do we actually have? Okay. How about if we just make a logo, like 3D logo? Logo? What if we put machines in the background, can we? Okay, I quit.
Hello everyone, welcome to the penultimate round in the European Individual Championship. So this is the final, I would say, final moments which are the most interesting in the events. Last round and one to last. Let's check if we have already some moves. They are coming. So Lagarde against Bluebomb, fantastic tournament for Bluebomb, but as expected, many Petrov games. As I was commenting yesterday in some unofficial discussion, if, for example, you're playing a World Championship match, or I don't know, some match, and then you have 2 weeks to prepare, or even more, something against Petrov, you would do it. But during the event, it's not easy. If your opponent plays, for example, Sicilian, he plays E5 regular stuff, and suddenly he's also playing this Petrov line, then it's getting, of course, quite challenging to react. So, what do we have regarding pairings? We have Lagarde against Bluebomb, Sargsyan is white against Gandibaili. Let's see if Azeri player will be able to create another surprise. Today, Šarić is white against Abbasov, Cheparinov against Durabeli, Guseinov against Yilmaz, Nisipiano against Kozul, all fight. Santos Yufa, Spanish derby, Massar against Martirosyan, Tershakhayan against Iskandarov, and Kobo is the last player on 6.5. So Lagarde, Sargsyan, and Gandibaili, there are 7 points, while Bluebomb is leading the field with 7.5. Fantastic tournament for some players. Already some GM norms were made, so a lot of people are already happy with their individual results. So Petrov, quite a solid line. D5, we will see what will Lagarde play, maybe D takes E5. We have also this game, classical stuff, but also very challenging, known from Topalov's games, prepared by Ivan Cheparinov, who was the second of Topalov. Also we have Šarić against Abbasov. Abbasov likes to dance and listen to music. Šarić is more for fitness. Okay, this is classical thing. Let's see what will Black do. Will he go for something? Okay, he is playing knight c6. So Šarić can repeat something he already played against Jobava, or he will go knight b5, maybe also some sideline. Cheparinov is playing against Durabeli. This is also known stuff. Somehow, let's see the performance after the 9th round. Bluebomb is on 28-29, Gandibaili close to 2800, as well as Sargsyan. Lagarde is having a bit weaker tournament, 26-75. His opposition was not so strong. Iskandarov 27-50, Yufa 27-20, same as Guseinov. We have Šarić, Cheparinov, they are performing similarly, 27-20, Massar 2700, Tershakhayan as well, Nisipiano also. Then Kobo is performing 27-50, same as Santos. Martirosyan, Kozul, Abbasov, they are more or less on 26-50. Khan Emre is performing 2700. Let's see who is overperforming a lot. Kramer from Germany, 20 points plus. Samunenkov, Ukrainian player, 12 years old, yesterday played against Kozul. He's gaining 56 points, performing 25-80. Unbelievable. No, 2600. So what is this? This is a GM norm. Then we have Samadov, Azerbaijan, 25-70, gaining 47 points. 60 points, Israeli player, performing 25-50 while he has 2300. Yeah, so many interesting results. Some players are even gaining 70 points, like Ukrainian under 18 player. Donchenko is losing 20, which is huge disappointment for him. Also, let's find some title players. Kirill Georgiev losing 25 rating points. Not a great event for him. He lost last four rounds, something probably he doesn't recall. Sani Kizde losing 20 points. Hovhannisyan losing 30. There is a player named Goroshkov. He's gaining 100 points. Great results. So let's get back to business. Guseinov against Yilmaz. Let's see that game. So this is Sicilian, anti-Sicilian, like a Grand Prix attack, but bishop goes to b5. This is all known. This will be very interesting. Nisipeanu against Kozul. Usually they were playing Rouser Sicilian, sometimes King Sidian, but this time came Veresov attack, just to take him out of the maneuvering stuff and put Kozul already in his inventive play. This one is very known. This BC6 is very challenging if you want to win. I was playing a few times that line, not so happy with the outcome. Musar against Martirosyan, Berlin. We will see that opening more and more today and tomorrow. Anti-Sicilia, anti-Rui Lopez, Kobo, thinking, no, actually Anton is thinking, considering what to play after g3. Volokitting, I don't have moves yet there. Jobava against Deak, h4, this is also known. Arychenko, solid stuff. Safarli is playing also solid stuff. Then we have Moroni, Queen d3, Rager. Yep, classical stuff. I don't see anything fantastic yet. Okay, this one is very forcing. Sadly against Svane, Livajic against Ponomarev. Super solid stuff from Pono. This one just started. Kramer against Ivic, already theory. Normal stuff. Okay, this is line I like to play. This bishop f4 and then e3. 98 is of course possible. So now there is this possibility. Pehak, Slav defense, classical stuff. Navara, playing a little bit more interesting. Grandilius, playing the stuff we've already seen. There was usually knight on e7, so Budisavljevic is deviating with knight e6. Nasuta, Greenfield, Noi, classical stuff. Brkic against Drushka, this is the line. Anti-Sveshnikov, Gavrilescu, classical stuff. Shebenik against Basso, interesting mix. Against Volga Gambit, or Benko, how they call it. Iturizaga, normal classical stuff. Baklan against young player Maurizi, Petrov. Maurizi was surprising Brkic in that line. here more interesting. Dangerous Sicilian, Ioannidis. He's playing against Van Forest, classical stuff. Yeah, still games are just developing. I cannot say I see something fantastic yet, but okay, this is typical for the opening phase. Ivan Isic probably will now prepare some mess. Stevic playing solid line. Yup. So it's not easy to decide which game to follow. So Šarić stick to his guns. He decided to go for that line. Yeah. I'm really curious who will be the European champion this year. Still, I think it's not known where the World Cup will take place, if I'm not mistaken. So we will see. For this type of tournaments also is important that you have openings where you can maybe create some chances to win with black, because this will take you to the top. Leon Livajic is fighting for a GM norm. There are many norms. Ideal tournament to make a norm if you're playing well. Still, I don't see. Let's see, do we have any draws yet? I don't see them. So Volokitin, Mihalik. Volokitin lost, probably connected with a health issue. Prohaska as well. Yesterday Prohaska played against against Rager. So I guess today he's ill. You can guess which illness is that. Erdos as well, so Hungarian players, Pap Gabor. Godena made a draw against Teslav. Fast and furious. Yeah. I don't see any adventures yet. Just check it briefly. Classical stuff, e4, a little bit aggressive. Šarić playing classical stuff. Yilmaz, okay. Nisipiano against Kožul. This one is much more interesting. Deak h4. Hard to comment yet. So let's make a break, and then you can, maybe I will get someone, you can enjoy the games, I will get someone. Unfortunately, due to the delay the games but not the cameras, we are not able to show all the time cameras. So I will just maybe switch briefly, for example like this, for a second, just to see if there is any draw there. I don't see one. There is one draw, I guess, or this was maybe decided game by Volokitin, but I don't see draws, so I cannot leave you with the camera. Last 2 rounds are quite important, so let's make a break. So I'm back with my new guest, Marco Biagioli from Italy. Marco, welcome.
Thank you, Aloysia. Thank you for inviting.
So you are very known as an arbiter, but also as a lawyer, recently becoming a legal advisor of ECU.
Starting April the 1st.
Okay. So you're looking forward to your new role, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we can be now safe that everything will be regulated well, right?
Thank you for trusting. Okay, I hope so.
How are Italian players doing? We can a little bit discuss maybe, or let's see their performance.
First it's very important that for the first time we have such a big delegation because we have 16 players here.
Yep.
And maybe because it's close to Italy, or maybe because the Chess Federation is more active in the last couple of years, let's say here and half. So we could bring here 16 players in a delegation, including some very young players and some newbies, because we have some players which are rated below 2000. So they are not competing, let's say, for the qualifiers, but they are competing to be part of the European Championship.
Yeah, but also I forgot to tell you, you are also recently a new president of Mitropa Cup Association. Slovenia is also a member, so it was also nice step from your side to support this event by sending the players, right?
Slovenia Express is our vice president, Nina, who is tournament director, and she showed to the whole Europe her capabilities as organizer, first with the European team in November, and now with the European individual in very difficult conditions of the tournaments because of the health situation and the general situation in Europe.
So what's your prediction regarding, let's say, COVID cases? These big events with so many countries, it's really hard to, for example, as organizer as well as arbiter. Every day you can have some kind of issue, so it's not an easy task.
And every country have different regulations. So players coming to a country are coming in different conditions. Maybe some of them are vaccinated, some of them are not. Some of them took a test before departing. Some other didn't. Some players are local, so they can move without restrictions. We really need some kind of common protocol for the future, because we are still acting in emergency. But this emergency is unlikely to disappear in a short time. At least there will be some consequence. There will be, for example, the most clear one, restrictions for who is found positive. So. We will need some ordinary rule to go out of the, let's say, emergency.
We had few cases here. It's not a top secret, but nothing to actually stop the tournament from going in a normal way. So I think this is also a nice achievement in this situation.
Yes, at least also in November we had this situation, and we are showing that the tournament can proceed, even if there is someone who is unfortunately getting sick.
Yes, I agree. So let's see the players. So maybe we can discuss. So first, when I checked your delegation list, okay, probably these are the best players. Okay.
Yes, we have almost all the national team present here, and also some reserve. Our top grandmasters are playing. And currently the Luca has still some chances, I believe, because he is playing with Shevchenko in board number 10th. And he can qualify in the first 20. It's very tough, only 2 rounds left, including this one, but it's not mathematically out.
For the last few World Cups, recently World Cup regulations were changed, but have you had players who qualified to those events recently?
I think in Sochi there was Vocaturo by rating, but qualifiers from individual championship I don't remember for a long time.
Okay, so today or next day we will see maybe one of your player at least. Can you tell us more a bit about Moroni? Where is he from?
Moroni is from Bergamo, which is close to Milan, a city close to Milan. It was very well known in the world, unfortunately now for the pandemic, because it was the center of the spreading in Italy. And he grew up locally in the local clubs. Then, of course, when he became a high-rated player, he started with coaches and whatever is needed. But he's still living there.
Current coach is Luke Van Velde, if I'm not mistaken.
For the national team. After many years that Arthur Kogan was the coach, and he got some great achievements, because with Arthur Kogan we passed from in Italy at the end of the 90s, so 22, 23 years ago, we had 3-4 grandmasters, and some of them were not Italian by chess, let's say, career. They became Italian after, and now we have more than 20, so we improved a lot in 20 years. Let's say the rate can be, say, 1 grandmaster per year, which is not bad.
Yeah, I agree fully. Okay, of course, Caruana Fabiano, the most famous player, was playing for Italy for long, so and it's not easy to lose that type of player. Of course, to make it clear, we cannot count that you will come up with some substitute of that caliber. Yeah, there are some players, for example, like Lodici. Yeah, Lodici, right?
Lorenzo was national champion 3 years ago, and actually I think he's one of the few ones who became national champion being international master, not grandmaster. It was one of the youngest. It was great performance.
Yeah, Basso. How old, for example, Moroni, Basso, and Lodici approximately?
Lodici must be 22, 23. And Basso, it's a little bit older, but still they all are younger than me. I am 35, so I am pretty sure they are younger than me.
Yeah, because before one of the best players was Michele Godena, also very nice guy, theoretician.
Yes.
And I think he also was a support for your players, because really
here we have 2 of our historical columns, our legends. One is Michele and one is Federico Manca, international master.
Yep.
He is international master for a long time, but he was, let's say, not very active in the last few years, and he came back playing these European champions. I was very, very happy to see him here.
Yeah, nice. And he's doing pretty good. He's performing 25-50, gaining 11 points. Today also I think he got something, so not a bad tournament for him.
No, it's fantastic coming back.
Yeah, how about a woman player? This year is announced by FIDE a year of women in chess. You have Thea here.
Yes.
It's nice to have a woman player in the open section, so that means she's not afraid to also play.
She is very competitive. We don't have the big delegation, but they prefer to play the women championship. But still, it's important to have Thea because she is growing up. She is still 17 or 18, so she's a very young player and very talented. We have great hopes for the female team.
Yeah, I remember that your women team had a really nice, I would say, show up at this European team event, but the last, I think, 1 or 2 rounds were pretty disappointing. But in general, I think as a team, it was nice showing.
And the Master Bemmer also in Batumi, they were great with medal.
Yep. So it's not that you are not used to good results from your women team. Okay, you are also having some events in Italy, right?
Yes.
Seniors.
This year, senior team championship. It will be in June, if I remember properly.
Yeah, good. How about your arbiter's role? Which tournament next you will?
I am flying to Greece on April the 20th. I'm going there for European school, and after that there will be World Youth Rapid. I will be there for both the events. Then I am visiting Corsica, of course, because I am going to the closing ceremony of Mitropa, where we also will finalize our papers to apply to FIDE to be affiliated member. And then after that, for the summer, I think I have one event in Italy, probably. Then I have not so long-term plans yet.
Yeah, okay, Olympiad probably.
I hope so.
Yep. Okay, Marco, thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
It was nice to have you here. Guys, we will go for a break.
Enjoy.
So I'm back. Now we have more moves. It's easier to comment. So many draws. Not a surprise. Gusinov, Hilmaz, Nisipianu, Kozul. Tershakhayan, Iskandarov, Kobo, Anton, what else do we have? Any other draw? Not yet. So let's check the games where there are no draws. Lagarde is fighting to catch the leader. Okay, typical stuff. If you want to create winning chances, you need to exchange knight for a bishop or vice versa. Sargsyan playing this e4 stuff, bishop d3. This is a bit tricky. So when he takes bishop e4, let's say bishop b7, now maybe some clever move. Not easy to say which one, but let's say that I don't need to take immediately, or maybe I need. Let's say that I take, you take, I go queen e2. Queen e2, knight c6 is possible. That I don't want to allow. I would like that you take, that black takes on e4, this one comes unpleasantly. Well, okay, still not so clear what's going on, but here maybe some castle will put a pressure on white's position, I guess. So maybe I need to search for something better. The thing is, maybe to start with queen e2. This might be a try. Start with queen e2. If you castle, I take on d5, and now you cannot. You can. My f3 is hanging. So probably this will happen. Excuse me. So takes, queen e2. So queen e2 is the move. Yeah. Or maybe there are some subtle ideas which I still don't see. But I'm pretty sure this was prepared already. Let's try to find the idea. Let's try to be more precise. Bishop e4, what else? Bishop b7. What if I go something like I wanted to do knight e5, but it's really not an option. I need to take on d5, or queen e2 is okay. Maybe it might be okay, I guess. Queen e2, castles, cd, not yet forced. Let's say if I do castle, cd or not cd. Rook e8 or bishop f6, also possible moves. Looking perfectly fine for black, but I'm pretty sure there is some sneaky idea. Hard to say. Really curious. Okay, let's move on. Šarić against Abbasov. Different than Jobava's game. Cheparinov against Durabeli. Normal stuff. Santos Jufa, much more complicated. Let's stay with this one. Rook c8 plate. Strange chess. The point is to protect this one additionally if bishop f2 comes. Now it's white turn maybe to reroute the knight. Where? Not easy to say, but this position looks better for white if you ask me. Some sacrifice. For example, if I could play rook d1, sacrifice it on d7, this bishop is locked forever. This might be an option. How about Musar? He is a fighter. What is he doing? He is playing interesting chess. Going for an interesting line. Heavily analyzed, I guess. Really hard to say. Every move is an important one. Quite interesting. So just to check something. So Michalik won the game due to forfeit, and he will be on 7 points, which is probably very close for qualification. Deak against Jubava. Waiting game. Space advantage. Arishchenko. Slight plus for white, but nothing special. Safarli. Will we see another draw or not? Moroni. Complicated. This. Fianchetto. Yugoslav variation, b3. I like this setup for white. Rager, solid. Petrosian, Manuel. In Armenia, everyone is named by the former world champion. Normal position. Now there are ideas like even like this stuff, but black will go g6. Sadly, preparation. Levaich, slight plus for white, but nothing special. Kozak against Nguyen. Same story. Kramer. He achieved first GM North. Congratulations. But let's see if he could do something more. Bernatsky, fighting as usual. Injic creating a mess. Peček, solid game. Navara probably not in a perfect mood for this game. He lost last one, but what to do? Interesting position. Randelius. Probably slight plus for white, but also sorry for black. This one is complicated. So many interesting games. Hard to choose which one. What's here? Come on. Brunello is playing same line he did against Brkic. This look like playing different game. Petrov by young Maurizi. Maybe slight plus for white, but nothing special. Kadric is trying. Not the easy position. Queen d2, typical stuff. Slight plus for white, but nothing special. Sargsyan. Yeah, the game goes the way I mentioned. Now it's a mystery for me. I was thinking maybe 95, but just castles. I don't see what I'm getting. I am. Yeah, I am now. I take on d5 now. But after and bishop d5, I go queen e4, and suddenly I'm exerting a pressure. But here, instead of castling, there is, for example, some nice c3 stuff. Then if I can sacrifice the queen, I don't believe. So dc5 was played. This is from the Gabriel's laboratory. Yep. DC. Yeah. Let's say BC. This one gives white slight positional plus later in this kind of setup due to this square, but it's nothing big. Bishop c5 is more to the point, but this one might not work. If there is some special tactics, I don't know. For example, like this, I take, you take, and I take, you take, I go knight g5. If you come back, I'm pushing, while if you go up, yeah, you can go up. And now I don't have anything. So this is just a wrong combination. But anyway, here maybe there is slight plus anyway. Bishop somewhere. And then trying to put pressure. Looks slightly better for white. So very interesting tournament is quite close to its end. Of course, Abdullah Gadimbaili is the biggest, I would say, surprise or upset of this one. Today we will have a final conclusion about his play. Is he able to stand the pressure against Gabriel Sargsyan, top player with white pieces. So how about statistics? So the biggest delegation is of course Slovenia, but Ukraine more players than Slovenia, Ukraine 35, Slovenia 33, Germany 28, Croatia 15, as well as Hungary. Okay, Israel 17. Many players present. Total GMs 114, women GMs 3, IM 51, women IM 12, FM 59, and so on and so on. Game statistics, white wins, for example, from the beginning, 68 white wins out of 158 in total. Draws 29, black wins 55. Let's just count the draws. 29, 39, 64 in the third round, then 57, 56, 69, 51, 8th round 59, and 9th round 58. So the more decisive, the best decisive round was second round. Or first round, only 29 draws. Of course, this is logical because of rating difference. But second round was 39, and then third round well equal 64. Black wins in the first round 55, which is high. Then we have 41. Now I will have another guest.
You have another guest, Marco Peterson now.
Oh, come, Mr. Peterson. Yeah, sit.
I will take a look. So.
Sure. Please, sit. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Peterson, when did you arrive?
I came. I was here on Sunday and today.
Okay, cool. Where do you live?
I live in Lviv in Ukraine
Okay.
and in Iceland sometimes.
So you are on that two countries, right? So how are your players doing?
Icelandic players, they started extremely well. They were both on +4 early, but then they slipped, unfortunately.
So let's see how is their performance. What do we have there? So Stefansson is performing 25.71.
Yeah.
Okay, so good performance.
Yeah.
But Gumi, as they call it,
Gumi, yes.
Gumi is performing 2600.
Yeah.
So it's nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
but Gumi had 4 out of 4. He was
Yes.
the leader.
Yes.
And then he has only 1 point out of 5 games, which is
Let's try to find him. Where is he? So he is here against Alonso.
yes.
So what do you think about?
Yeah, this is interesting because both players, they are playing favorite variations of my friend Oleg Romanishin. Yeah.
Romanishin was fantastic player, right?
Yeah, he still is. He's playing.
Yes,
Yeah,
still
he's,
playing. How old is he? Something
he
like
is
70.
70. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was in his 70th birthday in January. Yeah.
Great.
Oleg is still going strong. He's now
Yes.
in Reykjavik. to play.
Really?
Yeah.
The Open started
It starts tomorrow.
tomorrow. You will go there?
No, I will
No.
not go there. No.
You won't go there. Yeah, because the tournament last year was European individual championship, and this year again is an open tournament, right?
Yeah, it's just
If,
a normal.
if I'm not mistaken, maybe we can even check the results list. Let's try to find. Maybe Firuza will play, or
No,
there were some
the winner
rumors?
the winner was Esipenko.
No, this year.
This year. Ah.
There was a rumor that he will play. So this, of course, everyone these days is following.
No,
Firuza.
he's not playing.
Not playing.
No.
Let's just see if I can find the list of Reykjavik tournament. Just a sec. So I will do it this way. I'm really curious how strong is the lineup. Gunnar, okay, this is this quick, all right. So starting list. Idani, yeah, not Firuza. So Idani is the highest rated player. So huge Indian.
Yeah, it's
showing,
yeah. The Indians
Bukish.
cannot play here, so they go to Reykjavik.
Yeah, and US Neiman, Adiban, Sadwani, Prag, Gupta, yeah, big delegation. Warmerdam, Fear, Andersen. Okay, interesting tournament. Let's see the statistics. We don't have it yet. How many grandmasters? But it seems something like 20, a little bit more.
Yeah.
Last time you played that tournament?
In Reykjavik, I played last time. I think it was in I didn't play this century, this age. I played in '96. This century I didn't play. No. So.
Okay. So let's see the game. So D5.
Yeah. So this is interesting because this setup in the beginning D4 knight F3 G3. It's a Romanician, and then B5. It is the.
They call this as some kind of recipe to play it. I think even Kramnik played this. A lot of players.
No, B5 is a very respectable move.
Yeah.
So D5, I don't understand why.
But this is also common combination because this just stops C4 and all white E4 and all white stuff. So it's not easy with white to prove anything. This is the Kramnik setup. Knight G7, C5, and so on. But Bishop F6, G takes F6. This is a bit. Yeah, some commitment, right?
Yeah, but I guess both players they are going for the win.
Yeah, and now E3 combination. This is quite interesting.
But he's attacking so now Black has to waste tempo protecting the B5 pawn. So actually, this was I just checked it. So the computer was recommending E3.
Okay, A6 and then A4. I'm pretty sure that white is not risking a lot because it looks that he's quite safe. So it will be some kind of, and black is probably counting on two bishops, some long-term play. But I would prefer white. You?
Yeah, me too. Yeah, the bishop on B7 is buried.
Yep.
So it's a question what is the future of this bishop? So.
Yeah, I agree. But okay, when you have knights, usually in chess, you need to have squares for them. Still, it's not clear where will they land. So this is what black wants to say. Where will you place your knights? Yeah. So you need to create some.
It will be an interesting fight. But also, it's interesting to see the time consumption. So white used very little time on the opening, but black is. But black is already down to less than 40 minutes.
Yes, I agree.
And it's just over. He didn't even develop.
Yep, I agree.
So
Gumi usually likes to play fast, or
no, it depends.
So he's not some kind of threat, right?
Nothing. Yeah, he tries to play. Everybody tries to play fast, but sometimes he can't.
Okay, so I agree. Let's see how Hannes is playing. He's a very good player. If he has his day, he can beat everyone.
Yeah, and Gumi also. Gumi won 4 grandmasters in the four first rounds.
Yeah, Navara Stefansson. This is a nice game. Yeah. So classical stuff. This probably Queen's Gambit or Ragozin mix. Okay, Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
Yep, Carlsbad structure.
Yeah, in the old times, nobody played like this with black.
Yeah.
They didn't want to weaken the pawn structure and give away the f5 square. But now it's a very respectable system.
Yep.
So it's
I fully agree.
So it's some opening preparation by Hannes. Queen b3.
Yeah, this is typical setup. Put the king, bishop on c8 against the knight on c5, and then you work on this side.
Yeah.
However, this a4, knight takes, queen takes, a5, queen c7, a6. I'm not sure is this a good choice or a wrong choice against Navarra. Maybe it's a good choice. What do you think? To play this?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised when I saw this by Hannes, because Navarra is he likes
Attacker, right.
crazy. He likes how to say unbalanced positions. So why to give him what he wants?
So, tell me a secret. Which players you like to follow, for example, when you see some games? Do you have some players that you immediately enter the games when you are watching for a broadcast?
Yeah, well, actually, Navarra is one of them.
Okay.
Because Navarra is a friend of mine, and he knows that I really admire his chess, and so I always check his games, because they are something else. They are really really original.
I agree. Anyone else?
Yeah, also Jobava I like.
Yes, everyone likes Jobava's game. He's playing against Deak. Deak is very talented Romanian player.
Yeah.
But this is typical stuff. It's not easy to break through. Right? But
Yeah,
why it should be better?
absolutely. Yeah. It's but so Jobava is doing his usual very original stuff.
Yeah, I agree. That's why we love to have him on board. Yep. Anyone else?
Well,
Let's see. How about?
I like also Kirill Shevchenko. I always follow, because he's well, I know him, of course, well.
He's
from
from
Ukraine.
Kiev or from Lviv?
He's from Kiev, but he is very often in Lviv. Very often. Yeah.
Okay, but Lviv is some kind of really like chess mecca, right? So many players live there, strong players. If I'm not kidding, Rauf Mamedov is also there or not? Because Rauf Mamedov, his wife books.
Mamedov he's settled there. But I haven't seen him in Lviv for some time.
Yeah.
But I met him here.
Yeah,
so,
he's here, right?
So he's saying he wants to come back.
So how is the situation in Lviv now?
It's quiet. It's very quiet compared to rest of Ukraine. So we cannot complain. Everything is working. So my business is working there, and okay, people are not so. They are of course uncomfortable, but they are doing their best. Everything is open. Banks are open, shops, 90% of shops, and now restaurants, and so.
So you are from Iceland, of course. I need to ask you that question. Have you met Bobby? Have you been to with Bobby?
I've been in meetings with Bobby, and
Yes.
I asked him some questions as a journalist.
Okay, but so let's say privately.
Privately, no. I decided because he said some really stupid things about Jewish people, for instance.
Yes,
And I really can't accept it. So I really liked Bobby as a chess player, but his views I just couldn't take them. So I avoided him when he was in Iceland. Frankly speaking.
Okay, understood.
But I saw him in '72. I went to a few games, 1972, and then I was also in '92 in the return match in Sveti
Stefan, yeah.
I came as a journalist, and then I could ask him some questions.
Yeah, okay, because for young generation, of course, it's very interesting to get some kind of
he was our hero.
Yeah.
So because of the match, we had a really strong national team. So we had fifth place in the Olympics, won sixth place, because chess was the main thing. It's like tennis now or soccer for us.
Yeah, I agree.
So everybody was playing chess.
Yeah, I was on Iceland 2008, 2009. 1 year after Fischer's death. It was 2009. He died in 2008, if I'm not mistaken, right? And his grave was still, not I would say decorated and everything. It was like some kind of small, grave, and it was, I don't know, some strange feeling. So big player with
No, but it's I think they restored it, and
Yes.
there is a Fisher Museum in the village. And when American tourists go for the circle, you know,
Yes.
they show them the grave.
It's Selfos, right?
It's in Selfos. It's small. It's a village outside of Reykjavik. But you know about the grave? There was a dispute about Fisher's heritage. So, and they had to dig him up and make a DNA out of it. So,
but the results are known or not?
They are known. So, there was a claim from the Philippines that he fathered a child there, but from the DNA result, it was proved that he did not leave any. He did not have any children.
Okay, thanks.
But of course, with Fisher, of course, he couldn't even. There had to be a dispute
even after his life.
After his,
yes, okay,
his death.
that's Bobby.
That's
but
Bobby.
Let's, as you said, let's remember him by the moves.
Now
not,
everybody forgot about his. What he was saying.
Right.
We just remember his fantastic games and fantastic chess.
Let's leave it that way. Okay, thanks for joining.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to be here.
Yeah, thanks. And we will make a short break, guys. So, guys, I'm back with my familiar guest. Adrian is back with me. Welcome, Adrian.
Yes. Welcome.
Final rounds.
Yes, 2 last rounds, and okay, there are some players who are making draws. as always in such tournaments. I have checked the tournament hall. Six boards are empty. As always, people are just thinking about qualification, about their places. Because I have how many? 20 qualified, but how many players which qualified? I think.
Yes, there are also from Iceland some players who already qualified. Maybe some ratings will be. Who knows? Yeah, I agree. So we can move to the games. Also, dear viewers, I just will try to announce that I don't know, in maybe half an hour or 20 minutes, my substitute will be Adrian for the final of the games. But tomorrow I'll be back. So let's, Adrian, see the games. So, what's your opinion? It looks normal for Black.
Looks normal for Black. Yes, it is classical. Classical position structure is similar, very similar. Appears in Petrov defense. So Black has good center. Bishop pair. Bishops are not very dangerous, but Black, if will improve, Queen B6, Rook D8, D4. Passed pawn can start.
Can we expect maybe here also some draw for soon?
I think the black is quite comfortable.
Yeah, so maybe he will move on. Okay, so then we have Sargsyan Gabriel. Not an easy game to play against him.
Yeah.
He's very well prepared.
Yeah, very well prepared. True.
But actually, Abdullah is playing a tournament of his life. I don't know how.
Yes, I think Bishop E3 is possible here generally, as a serious move.
Yeah.
Bishop
no,
E3.
Of course White is pushing.
Yes, White is slightly better for sure.
Yes.
With Bishop E3, I think it's the most natural move.
Yeah, Bishop E3, we exchange the queens.
Then it will be a weakness on C5, yeah?
And weakness on C5, right?
Yeah. Yes, Bishop C.
Yeah, okay. So, let's see Šarić.
Yeah, Šarić had some infection, he made 3 draws, now he is back.
Yes, he's back in his... And Šarić, he has this positive, attitude that he can win.
Yes.
They stand the pressure, this is very important.
Yeah.
He will play for a medals, not for a qualification.
Because he was European champion.
Yes, so he knows how to behave in the last round.
In the last rounds, yes, absolutely correct. It's very difficult. Okay, here Black has control over D5, White has control over D6.
Yes.
What is more important?
Yes, correct. Because if you go to D5, I place my bishop on D4 and suddenly I push on this side.
Yes.
And
but Black maybe, okay, F5 is very risky, yes?
Yes, I agree. This is typical position where maybe you can catch your opponent in preparation and engines give you a good position, but...
Yeah, but it's very complicated strategically, as we see. What is more important to evaluate, D5 or D6 control? And it's very difficult.
Yes.
Even for strong grandmasters to feel. But for me, knight on D5 is very strong, so...
we will see. Cheparinov, these games, two bishops, are two bishops better?
Yeah.
They should be, but it's still...
So bishop takes C5 probably.
Yeah, bishop C5. Then he can maybe even play some bishop C1 and so on, but just to move away.
Yes, or sometimes they would play. But what to do with this bishop from F1 is always a question.
I think the point is that White is waiting.
Yes, H4.
Waiting,
H4,
to see.
But still, Black has solid position.
Black has very solid position. You're completely right. Kozul made a draw. Guseino, Yilmaz draw. Santos against Jufa. This similar position like we commented. Which point is better? Somehow I have a feeling that White is better here, but I don't. This bishop is stuck on G7.
Yes, bishop is stuck. Double pawns. Pawn structure is not very, let's say, very dynamic because of this pawns, double pawns, and of course it is not very easy strategical position.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, White can have something like knight G4, knight H6 to get this opposite color's bishop and to make some weaknesses. Okay.
Yeah, actually, what was I thinking? Maybe the idea is to sacrifice on D7 and then have some positional pressure. But okay, this weakness is now a weakness to target.
He wants to play, of course, for sure, in rook a3
Yeah.
somehow. Always is necessary to attack the weakness. Here the weakness is clear, at the moment protected, but after rook a3 it will be always under control. So
Okay, but it's quite forcing. Some knight e4, then this c5 is attacked. What's going on?
knight e4
here?
is bishop
e5.
bishop
Yes,
e5, yeah.
I agree. This is the trick.
And f4 is not useful as
Bishop
it is.
d4,
It is opening this diagonal.
Yes.
This diagonal. Then queen b7 follows and immediately attack on g2. So nobody likes it.
Yeah, maybe we will be stuck in this position. Some rook d1, king h2, and then waiting game.
Yes.
Because it's not easy for both
yes,
sides.
but still,
to-
this plan knight g4, knight h5, knight 6 would be interesting
Yeah, I agree.
if it would work. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
always a
yeah, rook
question.
a3, I guess, as you
Yes,
mentioned.
But rook b1, of course, is not interesting.
No, rook d1 he made.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this red sign is for
Yeah.
the move played.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Rook
This is
d1, yeah. Okay, I don't think that he wants to sacrifice on d7. Maybe he just imitates sacrifice. So
Yeah. I have a feeling that white is the guy
yeah,
in this position.
yeah, because of black pawn structure,
Yes.
which is a bit not dynamic at all. Yeah.
Yeah. And if white somehow break through, he will find a way to hide his king.
Yeah.
But black it will be much more harder.
Yeah, I agree.
So this game is interesting. This one as well. Massar is really playing interesting chess. You know what I think? What is the thing? He was a part of French team. When you have Firouzja, when you have MVL,
Bashir, yes.
even Etienne Bacro, somehow you have you are close to
You close
top
to
level
the top
chess,
level
and
chess,
somehow
yes.
you get confident.
And you see how they prepare,
Yes.
how they play
Yeah.
in the matches on the Olympiad or
Yeah.
European Championship, and you're immediately becoming
yes,
stronger.
Yes. So I have a feeling.
You study a lot from your
Yeah,
fellow
I agree.
players.
So this is the position now. This is some kind of messy position. From our experience, this should favor white, but
Yeah.
you never know.
The white pieces are a bit more active. Okay, black knight on h4 is some piece.
But
which
white is probably bringing his pieces
yeah.
easier than his opponent. This might be a thing.
Yeah.
Looks slightly better for white, or
But still big fight is
Yeah, for
expected.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we see many draws. We see some cases, unfortunately, with COVID is probably still or
Yes,
with some-
Volokitin got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Volokitin,
Okay.
Prohaska
Yeah. Also
today.
Yeah.
This young guy, very
Yes.
talented Ukrainian player
Yeah.
Simonenko, who made GM norm.
Fantastic.
And
With
fantastic,
12 years, yes.
12 years, and he had very good chances for the best player under 18 for the prize, first prize among juniors. So
Pity, but COVID,
but it
yeah,
happens. Yes,
yeah.
yes. COVID still is let's say
Between us, right?
Yes.
This is something you know.
Shevchenko,
Yeah,
yes,
very
yes,
well.
very well.
Even
Yes,
this is Petrosian style, right?
yeah, Petrosian style. But okay, black cannot take on c4 and rook b4 because knight e2 follows. Rook c4 and bishop a5, winning this rook. So this doesn't work, direct attack. So these attacks are very typical. Usually they are working, but here not. Maybe something like knight d7, knight g4, but Shevchenko is thinking for a long time now.
I agree.
He doesn't see the, let's say, clear plan here. Okay, in Ukraine now appeared two very promising players. Shevchenko showed his place, and he is in the national team. And next one is coming Simonenko, which can be either very, very strong. In
Yeah.
such age, I think Karyakin and Carlsen were demonstrating such play recently.
I agree.
Because all these Indians, all these, let's say, youngest grandmasters, we know that it is a bit not political, but a bit, how to say in the best way, a bit not prearranged grandmasters, but somehow artificial. All these records and all this stuff, I don't believe. Here is a very good center was Blackhead. Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
How is this? There is one game, Levaj Ponomarev. This looks good for black, I
Yes,
guess.
yes, because this control over d5 is so
Yeah.
strong. Okay, double pawns, still double pawns, yeah.
Yep. I agree.
They are not something brilliant, as we know. But the control over d5 is very important. So not easy. You see, sometimes, Fischer used to say, if you want to get something, you must give up something. Yes.
Yeah.
So you cannot get everything on the table, that you have all elements in the position in your favor.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
something you have strong, something you have, otherwise the opponent has either something.
Let's check first board. I don't think. Something has happened.
Yes, he decided to exchange this pawn e5.
Okay, this means that there will be some chances.
But white will take, will play f3,
Yeah.
and rook
put the
d1,
rook
knight,
d1,
and
A3
knight
even,
will improve somehow.
yeah, F4, G3.
Maybe
so-
knight f4, knight f4
Yeah.
immediately, rook f8, and this knight e6 is nothing, yeah. Okay, but still it is
Equal,
something.
huh?
But equal, but if bishop f6, rook f6, knight f4, okay, bishop f7 is a move. But then knight d3 starts jump on his. The power of knight is in jumping power.
And then double over E file, put an outpost on E4, E5.
Yeah, I'm training a lot of girls' teams, women's teams, Netherlands, Slovenia, Turkey, and some others, and always among the women trainers, they use it is such warning. If there are knights on the board, material is not so important because knights are so unpredicted.
Yes.
They can jump any direction, and especially when there is time trouble. So such jokes are happening. It's very difficult to imagine. So many games are lost because of these knights' unexpected moves. So knight is a piece.
So let's check how is Gabriel pushing. Okay,
Okay.
sacrificing another pawn.
Not bishop e3. He decided that it is okay. Rook d8.
Oh, taking another pawn, not second. Yeah.
It's too much. Maybe simply castling and bishop e3 trying to play. White task is to castle because always can happen something when you are not castled. And if you are especially very very fond of some material, it can happen everything. So better to castle.
I had one crazy idea, Adrian. After rook d8, let's say rook d8,
Rook d8 castle.
I had one crazy idea.
No, bishop g5.
Yeah, because later I want to go this
b7.
b7. Yes.
Yeah. I see. If bishop g5.
Bishop b4
Queen d5 and
b7. If
yes.
bishop b4, I move my king.
Yes.
King f1, I'm not interested. You
King
take
F-
on
no,
d1.
king
and,
yes, queen b5, queen e2.
ah,
No
Yeah.
problems. Pawn, extra pawn.
yeah. So, but he did.
Okay, he
He
calculated.
played ab6,
Yes.
not rook d8.
And now very fast castling.
Yes, or maybe he can do something. No.
Bishop e3 is bishop b4, king f1 either is possible, but
Can
maybe
then,
maybe
yeah.
better to castle and forget. And then he plays bishop on c5, of course, with some activity. No, bishop
f6.
No, bishop c5 can be b4, bishop goes back, and a4. So pawn is a pawn.
Yep.
Knight c6, of course. Then b5. Still, evaluation is simple. As one old famous Soviet master evaluated,
yeah.
let white as extra pawn. What do
Yes.
you want?
Yes.
What do
yes,
you want for
yes,
the position?
Yes.
Evaluation is simple.
Yep. Yeah. So let's see, just to make a final conclusion before. B4. This is also typical.
Yeah, destroying structure.
Yes, but then
But
b6
he can
probably
play
will
b6,
be played.
yes. But then pawn c5 can come under attack after queen e3. And
Yeah, I agree. Šarić is playing a game as we
Yeah,
expected.
it's
Bishop
d4,
d4.
rook b8.
Ceparino, black looked normal. We
Looks,
have
yeah.
Santos against Jufa. Slight plus for white, but still nothing.
Yes, he decided
tangible. Yeah.
rook on the second rank. Yeah.
This one is crazy, and actually, this is what we have in top 10 boards. So actually, I suggest Adrian, that you follow those games,
Yeah.
top games. When I'll be leaving, guys. So we will make a break. After that, Adrian is your host.
Yes.
Thanks, Adrian, and see you
thank you,
guys.
thank you, Aloysius. So you put it here on
and
this
I will go to break.
yeah.
And transition.
So we are back commenting main games. Fight is becoming more and more tense. So of course, first board is the most interesting. Matthias Blubaum from Germany plays against another young player, Maxime Lagarde. With black, Blubaum unexpectedly won after one lucky draw in the first round, won 6 games in a row. So it's fantastic result for European Championships. And now he's with black. I suspect that he's slightly worse. He's slightly worse, so maybe white can play something like, for example, f3, stopping attack on f-file, and then he would try to, black can play something like b6, for example, as he doesn't want to get these weaknesses in the center on black squares. After bc5, rook a b1, then threatening rook b5, rook b7. I think white has some initiative. It will be not easy for leader to defend this position. So second board, Sargsyan, very famous player, member of the golden Armenian team who won 3 Olympic gold medals, which was extremely unexpected, fantastic team, under the leadership of great trainer Arshak Peterson. Last move was rook d8, bishop b4, rook d8. Black is still pawn down, but activity is quite serious. As if, for example, white tries to take on d5, rook takes, and only good move to avoid losing a pawn is rook a e1. But rook a e1 with idea rook e8 will be met with knight c6, and still pawn a2 will be under attack. So it's not good idea after rook d8 to capture this queen. So what he can play still? It's very interesting situation. I don't see anything else except queen takes d5. Yeah, queen d5, rook d5, and here. What is possible to be done? Of course, white can do something like rook a d1. Yeah. After exchange, rook takes a2, and white can try direct attack against pawn b6, rook d6. Bishop e7 is nothing. Interesting situation, yeah. So maybe bishop e7 still. Rook takes b6, knight d7. Every move is attack, counter attack. White plays, for example, rook b7, bishop takes b4, rook takes b4. White has extra pawn, so not easy. But here knight c5, knight d3 will create some counter chances. Maybe to play here something like, okay, h6, maybe. Maybe h6 is the most natural move. Trying to play the knight c5, knight d3, counter attacking white pawn f2. Of course, white has extra pawn, but black will have counterplay. Maybe some prophylactical move like this, then it will follow knight f6 and knight comes to e4, still creating attack against f2. So here black will have some counter chances. It will be not easy for white, but it is known that Sargsyan is great technical player, absolutely great. He won here in this tournament few technical games, especially one against former great player who is now around 70, Alexander Belyavsky. Of course, he became veteran and he cannot perform anymore on his old level, but still it is one of the greatest players in history of chess, 4 times Soviet champion, 3 times Olympic champion either, like Sargsyan. And Sargsyan won really great technical game against him. So it will be interesting, so how it's developed. Let's go to Šarić. As we told when we stopped when it was rook b8, black creates real counterplay because, for example, b4, such moves like b4 are not useful as black will try immediately to counter strike on the queen side, yeah, creating some weaknesses in white position. So if ba5, then simply queen a6 or queen b5, rook b5 with counter chances. So after rook b8, Ivan Šarić against Nijat Abbasov, some new Azeri strong player, because Azeri school develops now in fantastic ways. They have fantastic programs. After this generation of Rajabov, Mamediyarov, Gashimov, who died, there appeared some new generation, and these guys are playing on the high board. Gadimbali plays against Sargsyan, and Abbasov second, third board, you see. There appeared some new generation, and it is extremely interesting to see how they will develop. So pawn takes f5, rook takes, and queen b3. Okay, absolutely correct strategy. Trying to keep eye on the weakness on b2. Okay, at the moment it's not big deal, as this weakness is protected by the bishop. But main piece in this position, as we talked before, of course, is knight on d5, which controls everything around. So it's very difficult. Queen b3. White played queen d2. Exchange is not useful, and he played knight d7. Interesting idea to put knight to some other place, to e6, then trying to attack c5, knight e6. If bishop c3, pawn c5 hanging. If bishop goes to f2, b2 is hanging. But on d7 either is some weak pawn, but it will be interesting development in the game. So very interesting, very tense position. Cheparinov, Durar Bailey. Cheparinov has bishop pair. Now he will try to get some space, because bishop pair is known for the power of the controlling space, which is very important in chess. Space strategy, but it's a strategy of great players, of course. It's not easy to play this space strategy. It's always necessary to control all the tactics in the position, and trying to, this space strategy is very important, because it can be increasing pressure. So here black can play knight d7, fd7, knight e5, maybe knight c4. Okay, the question how he will castle. Yes, castling here. If he castles, then immediately h4, h5. So for this reason, as I expect, he will try this strategy. Modern strategy in such situation is to delay castling as long as possible. Yeah. Okay. Not too long. It is either not a solution. Yeah. But my overall expression is that white is better slightly. So let's go to Santos, another young Spanish player, Santos Latasha. He plays against Ufa. It's another Spanish player nowadays, because before he was Russian player and he featured federations this year. Probably, and as we know that Alexei Shirov switched back. He was few times going to Latvia and to Spain and back. Now he's back in Spain. So we can expect that Spanish team very soon will be one of the top teams in the world. They have Anton Guijarro, who played today draw, a very strong player, and we had still a very strong player, fantastic player, I would say. It is Pablo Vallejo, who was for 10 years best Spanish player. after Shirov left Spain for some period, but he has some problems nowadays, and he is not playing for, I think, for 2 years. So we will see what's happening with him. But the player was absolutely brilliant player. It was very dynamic, very strong player, and it's pity that if he will finish his chess career. So you see, black is counterattacking pawn b3. White still dreams about knight g4, knight h6, trying to make weaknesses of the black squares. But this control of black bishop on c6, which is controlling e4 and d7, which is most important, not allowing white rook to penetrate the file, so everything is possible here. I think it's something around some dynamic equality in this situation. Let us see. There are some draws, and Volokitin allowed to Peter Michalik to come to +4. Let's see Deak Jobava. It's always interesting. Both players are very active players, very active, and you see what was Deak was centralizing very seriously. Jobava is always plays something a bit too much on the flanks. Yes, he gave up center to the opponent. It's in modern chess, it is a habit, because in all times everybody was avoiding some flank strategy against the center, not allowing opponent to be very strong in the center. Here was played knight a6, knight e5 centralization, knight b4 protection, knight a2, and rook hd1. Rook hd1, yes, it was knight a2, and queen d5 was played. Yeah, very interesting idea, as he exploits the fact that this diagonal is controlled by black bishop, diagonal b1 h7, trying to exchange queens. Okay, white can play always bishop c4. I think that it is possible, and black will repeat the position. So maybe it's necessary to attack this knight on b4 with something like bishop e1. Okay, white still has big control over the center. In my opinion, white is better, but we know Jobava as very active tactician who always can invent some great complications. So then we have Areshchenko against Alexander from Ukraine against Mikhail Mchedlishvili from Georgia. It was position like when black had is the same as in the previous game. Black had problems with the space, and white decided finally to get more space with d5. e5 was very dubious, as after bishop e3, knight e5, knight f5 later can be threat, knight d2, a4. White initiative would be very strong. So after d5, black answered pawn takes, bishop f8, knight d4, trying to come to f5. Of course, black move knight d5 was an option, but probably here after queen f3, this pin would be very unpleasant. Knight f6 and knight f5. Yes, threatening rook takes d5, bishop g5. Okay, and this even taking on d6 in some moment. So it would be a very unpleasant situation for black. So after rook knight d4 was played, rook e8, queen f3, protecting d5 now, knight e5, and now bishop takes e5. Very interesting decision to give up this bishop. and black is thinking. So there are two options. Of course, first option would be pawn takes e5, but probably he doesn't like it so much, as this pawn d could be very, very, very strong. Okay, knight c6 would not be great deal after knight takes d5 and knight c6 is hanging. So he would play probably after d5, probably knight f5, yeah, trying to play d6, yeah. I have doubts about, okay, e4 could be possible, yeah. White has queen e3, no, queen e3 is bishop c5, maybe queen f4 is better, queen e4, and then rook d7, attacking pawn d5, yeah. Interesting position when pawn d5 is hanging. d6 is an option, yeah, d6, rook d8 one option, yeah, trying to win this pawn, but then there are these exchanges on e4, knight takes e4, yeah, knight takes, queen takes, bishop takes d6, but here tactics, I don't believe tactics, rook d6, queen e5, if knight d6, rook d6, rook takes, rook d6, and after queen d6, black has very strong position controlling d file, but at the end it will be after h3 or g3, a4, it will be a draw. Bishop e5, d5. He probably he's considering rook takes, but rook takes maybe allows knight c6. Now he is attacking rook on d5, and if rook e8, yes, rook c1 is possible, protecting knight c6 against knight d5. But then once more rook c8, still insisting on knight takes d5. So both options are possible. I think that black after bishop e5 has quite good position. Yeah. Moroni Shevchenko. Yeah, we stopped in this moment when it was played b3, rook b8, e4. We stopped in this moment. So Shevchenko was thinking for a long time. He played bc4, bishop g4. Yeah. Rook c1, rook b2, rook b1, exchange, attacking knight on a5, queen e3 is not a threat, but maybe first rook c1, yeah? Knight takes b1, yeah? So maybe knight a3, bishop, rook b1, maybe knight d7 is an option, which is not bad. Knight d7, yeah. Maybe trying to take on f3 and knight e5, yeah. So black has counterplay, no doubts, yeah. Ragnar Wagner. Wagner is another German player from the same generation as Bluebaum, Swane, Donchenko. They had fantastic generation, either of four strong players, Wagner and Bluebaum, Swane, Bluebaum, Wagner, and Donchenko. Yes, four players. Very strong generation. They had special program. Even Anatoly Karpov was one of the trainers who helped developing these young players. And black open center. Yes, black is good position, no doubts. White setup is a bit passive, but I don't expect something serious in this situation from the black side. Yeah, we can see Peterson, Emre Can. Now interesting situation as white has pawn majority on the queen side, 3 against 1. At the same time, black has in the center very strong majority, preparing later e5, e4. He played last move was knight d4, yeah, and knight f6. Why he didn't play e5 immediately, yeah. Generally, it could be expected to be strong move, knight b5, rook d7. No, rook d7 is bishop f5 probably, yes. And the same would happen if rook c8. But rook c8 maybe is slightly better, as bishop f5 would be met with rook b8, threatening bishop a6. These tactics like knight c4, trying to use this pin on the file, would be, in my opinion, not very successful. Bishop a6 is a serious threat, or even bishop c5 would be possible. Yeah. Okay, interesting. And one last game from our selection, of course, can be Svane plays with black against another Azeri young star, Vugara Sadli. So it was positioned slightly better for white, in my opinion. But after knight d5, queen d2, h6, king h1, knight c3, of course he will answer probably bc3. I don't see any other great solution. Very strong knight, better than this bishop, but usually it is just slight advantage for white, for sure. But I don't see that it can create some problems for black, even after exchanges of all rooks, which is quite possible. It has to be probably around equal, with slight advantage of white, for sure. Queen f4, knight f5, because this knight can be quite strong. So let us return back to the top board. Lagarde, yes, everything happened as it was predicted, yes, f3, b6, pawn takes, rook b1, rook d8, and rook comes here. So, as I understand, black plan in such situation, because there are weaknesses and it's not easy to protect them, something like d4 could be possible. Pawn takes. If rook takes c5, then possible simply pawn takes, queen takes, and bishop takes a2. Yes. Black has no problems. So probably after d5, white would take on d4. Yeah. Bishop c4, now rook c5. So pawn takes, and knight d4 is losing to queen d4. No, it's not losing. Knight d4. Knight d4, rook takes. Rook e6, rook d2. Yeah. So maybe here he would play something like knight g3, trying to come with knight to the strong position on d4. But still, it will be nothing serious. So let's go to. Let's go to our second game, when Gabriel Sargsyan plays against Azeri Gadimbaili Abdullah. So we expected queen d5, but he plays rook c1. What was the idea? What if rook would take here? What would happen in this situation? I don't see any big move except queen takes d5. Yeah, rook takes. Now if rook check, then rook d8, and something like rook c1, trying to take on d8, and rook c8. It can be dangerous situation. Rook d8, rook c8 is terrible threat. Knight a6 does not work, this counter attack, because after rook d8, bishop d8, rook c8, pin very unpleasant. Only defense is rook a1, king g2, rook d1, but this defense is destroyed with bishop e7. Yeah, classical strike, and white is winning. So for this reason, after rook d8, rook c1. No, it's not this. It's rook d5, rook c1, knight a6, bishop c3 he plays. So white still has extra pawn. In my opinion, probably it's necessary to take here. Rook takes. And to play something like knight c5, yeah? Trying to attack these pawns. Of course, after rook c2, knight d3 is risky, as after rook d1, everything can happen, or even rook d2 is possible. Okay, rook d1 or rook d2. Rook d2 is either possible, as black has nothing better than knight b4, rook d5, knight b5, and rook c1. Extra pawn, evaluation is simple. White has extra pawn. What can we say? Pawn is a pawn, but realization is not easy. Sharich Ivan Abbasov, we left this position in the moment after knight c7, and look, knight f6, as there is no knight on d5, knight f6 is very strong. So pawn takes is very risky, as after pawn takes, there are different terrible threats, queen h6, rook h, not queen g5 at the moment, but king would be in big danger. So after knight f6, black took, and now pawn takes. So what now? Now he can try two options. Okay, maybe g6 is very dangerous, yeah. Even queen h6 is knight is, or queen d1. Yes, queen h6 is not working here, but position is terribly dangerous. Maybe rook d3 first, and then preparing queen h6. So it can be extremely dangerous position. What can be his other option? Okay, here it's clear that black, Nijat Abbasov, one more Azeri player. You see, we have seen here on the top 3 Azeri players, yes, on the top, and all of them are quite young. But here, Azeri player has some clear problems. Maybe, okay, knight e6 is not clear. Is it useful or not? Queen e6, no. There are some problems in the position, I believe. One more Azeri player. You see so many Azerbaijani players on the top. Durarbayli is black against Chiparinov, even very experienced player, one of the trainers of former world champion Veselin Topalov, one of the really strong players with huge experience and, of course, either with fantastic results. So we stopped position after e4, rook c8, white plays h4, bishop d4, and h5. So, interesting situation, of course. White wants to open everything. I don't think that this is a good idea. Okay, g5, g6, one option. Another option is simply to take, yes, and maybe even knight can take, yeah. Then g6 protecting this knight, or possible to try with rook. But I would say that knight h5 would be a bit safer, yeah. So gh5, what to do now? g5 is an option, yes, g5, knight d7. What now? g6. But it's very difficult to believe that it is some compensation for the pawn. Very strong knights in the center. White bishops are not a factor in the positions. So after gh5, okay, gh5 was played, and now Chiparinov is thinking. It will be interesting play after this. So let's come to the game Santos Latasha from Spain against Danil Yufa. Two players playing under Spanish flag. It was played knight g4, queen b7. So queen b7, interesting option. What is his plan? Okay, it's very difficult to believe that something like knight h6, bishop takes, queen takes, and bishop takes h3. It's very difficult to believe, but in modern chess, everything is possible, you know. Rook d3 is a threat, and then mate on g2. Even rook f1 is a threat, queen g2. So you see, it is tactical defense, we call it, yes? Tactical defense, like bishop b7. Yeah, but here, in the position, I don't think that there is some threat. Maybe white can play rook ed1, but black is holding tactically, yeah? We have seen another French player, another young player. It was very complicated game. Musar Jules plays against Haik Martirosyan, Armenian young player. So we left position which was, I think, no, it was this position, yes. Knight g3, rook takes, Of course, it's useful for white, this improvement, and bishop g5, activization, exchange, exchanging very strong bishop, which is quite unpleasant. Bishop on h6, rook f8 check, queen takes, bishop takes, rook takes. It's queen sacrifice. Interesting stuff. Knight f3 is a threat, bishop e4 is protecting, bishop h3, keeping eye on f1, but there are no big threats, and queen g6. Always question. Okay, bishop g6 is question is if it is a threat, yes? I'm not sure as it will follow knight f3, knight e5. Maybe king g7, not king g7 is under queen d4 he comes. Maybe king h7, yeah? Maybe. Or rook f6 is possible either. Yeah? But feeling is that this compensation is not full, yeah? Just rook and bishop, okay, for the queen, something is around white king, something is, let's say, weakened, but I don't think that there are such big problems in white position, yeah. So, but not easy. Realization is not easy, but it will be interesting development. Deak against Jobava, yes. We have seen queen d5 move. You see, Deak did not decide to play bishop c4 and bishop e1. He decided queen c4 and he got b5 immediately. Jobava started to make game sharp. So queen d5 is pawn d5, yeah, and attacking e4. So the queen b5 is not possible because queen a2 mate, yes. So interesting stuff. He took on d5, ed5, yeah. So what to do? It can follow another some attack like f6, yeah. So Jobava made his classical tactical jump, yeah. Jobava style. Pawn e4 is hanging, yes. Knight c3 of course is possible, yes. No big threat. Okay, bishop b5 is some threat. It's necessary to check, is it possible something like f6, yes, because pawn comes here. It can be, if pawn takes, then possible even maybe knight takes, yeah. It's playable for both, yeah. but interesting development. So Moroni against Shevchenko, as we predicted, knight d7 is played, and queen went on c2. Yeah. So threat is queen a4. Yeah. Nice move. You see, sometimes, yeah, position was this. Yeah. Sometimes some moves back with the idea to jump forward can be overlooked by the players, and such moves are sometimes quite strong. Yeah. These moves are quite strong. So queen c2. What to do? Okay, knight b7 is passivity. From b7, knight can't do too much. If bishop f3 is nothing here. Bishop takes, knight e5, and simply bishop e2. Yeah. Still, this queen a4 is a threat. Yeah. It's very, very unpleasant threat. Okay, there are some variations that black can sacrifice pawn on a6, yeah. But then f4 is a threat, some idea like f4. So white, in my opinion, black has still opening problems, yeah. Rugger against, you see, always this moves like d4. You see, I always have some arguments with my pupils because many players, they don't like the constant pressure in the center, and they want to, let's say, to solve position in the center that it is clear what's going on. Yeah, but generally this exchange, when we talk about the technique of exchange, it is clear that we don't exchange on e4 technically. We exchange pawn d5 or pawn d3. And of course pawn d5 is much stronger than pawn d3. And it's only useful in the situations when there are some advantages after this exchange. So in my opinion, after pawn takes, rook d6, it will follow bishop e3 probably. Rook e3, yes, it followed, yes. So, okay, black controls d file, but this control is not a big deal, yeah. White knights are quite strong. Of course, something like rook d1 is possible, yeah. Rook e1, for example. Rook takes, queen comes here, queen takes, rook takes, attacking pawn c3, yeah, and then rook c1, yeah. And then king is coming, king f1, king e2, eliminating pressure on d file, and probably it will be draw, but white knights are a bit stronger, but it's just, I don't think that it can be some big deal for white here, for both. It will be such situations come close to draw. A Rugger against Wagner, Dennis. Around draw, in my opinion. Then Petrosyan Emrecan was interesting situation in the center, as white has two passed pawns on the flank, and black has this we left position when was played knight d4, knight here, b4, pawn takes, knight c6 first, bishop takes, pawn takes, and rook b7, attacking. Absolutely correct strategy. So what, bishop c3 or what? Probably bishop c3. Trying then, or b5. Just a second. What can be with b5? Now b5. Knight c5. Yeah. Pawn c6, rook b2. We have to check something like take, and something like rook c1. Yeah. But I don't see that it is very dangerous. So black can play even some move like queen e7, preparing preparing bishop d7 back, yeah? Queen e5, f6, queen h5, g6, and bishop, queen h6. Okay, queen h5 is even f5 can be met, yeah? So, interesting situation, rook b7. So maybe bishop c3 slowly, yeah? And then threatening b5. Or knight b3, knight a5, knight d4. It's always question, you know. But at the moment, I must say that white pawns are more dangerous, yeah? At the moment. So, not clear how it will be developing, because bishop c3 can be met with bishop a4, yeah? Rook e1. No, maybe e5 to try or what? Now becoming very sharp. It always will be question. Which pawns are more dangerous, white or black, yeah? So let us see. White is thinking. And another Azeri player, our last game from our choice, it is Asadli against Svane. Very strong German player, very big talent. He started this tournament not well, but he is slowly coming back, yeah? So it is always good sign of the good player that even the tournament started not well. As we told before, knight is on d4 is very strong piece. Yes, bishop is not big hero. Bishop on e6 here. White controls two files. Yes, so rook a8 is one try to eliminate this, to minimize this control. Rook takes, and then rook will control a files. Still, in my opinion, white is slightly better, but win is not so easy. White can try f4, f5, f6, but it is dubious. Then bishop d5, bishop e4. Not directly rook a8 probably he will play. Yeah? So, but white has still slightly better position in my opinion. Let's see development from the first board. When we left this position, rook b5, d4 as we told, rook takes c5, yeah? bc3, queen c3, bishop a2, rook a1, queen b6. He does, okay, generally many people are saving this in game 3 against 2 with black, but he tries some activity. Of course, rook here is not a big deal, as black can start with rook c8 and rook c2 or rook a5, and then rook f5. It is one way. Another way, of course, is much more prosaic. This way is queen b1 check. Yes, much more prosaic way. But okay, prosaic way. Rook knight here, rook d1 check. Rook d1 check, yes, king f2, and rook takes c1, you see? Just eliminating defense of the rook from a2, yeah? And queen a2. Yeah, no, but this is not winning some serious material, it is a round draw, yeah? So, but still, queen b6 is played. Okay, white always can play king h1. It's not a problem at all. It is slightly better position for white, but as somehow a bit similar to the previous position which we have seen in Svane's game. But then knight was on d4 very well protected. Here is not protected, so I expect in this game, okay, quite short draw, I can say it, but equal positions. So Sargsyan with extra pawn, knight b4. So what was played before? He played immediately rook c3, yes, double attack. He takes, okay, rook c3 bishop, rook f3 bishop c3. So he takes knight h4 and knight b4. Directly attacking pawn a2. Generally speaking, what is my opinion about such situations? Black has some weaknesses, but these weaknesses are not so big, and it can be something around draw in my opinion. Knight f5 is possible, yeah. And if knight takes a2, something like rook c6, rook takes, and rook takes f6. But it is nothing serious. Slightly better position for white, but after knight c3, black has now passed pawn on b files. So, and these weaknesses of the king side are not serious. Knight h6, king g7. Okay, g4 is possible to try, but for some reason I don't believe it. Knight e4 going back, and it can't be something serious here, in my opinion. So, knight b4, as I see that young Azeri Gadimbaili against Argisyan, he is using activity to compensate material advantage of white, to compensate this pawn. It's around draw, in my opinion, around, but maybe something. No, I don't think that it's something. It can be something serious. So now, we discussed what will be with after gh5. So interesting idea of Ciparino. Knight e2, rook c1, bishop c1. Bishop is hanging. What to do? Knight c4 is a bit too active. Knight c4 is one option, of course. Knight c4 is always an option. Yeah? And it's another option would be, but bishop e5 I don't believe. Bishop c5 back, then pawn takes h5 probably. Yeah? So maybe knight c4. Maybe knight c4. But it will be very interesting development. Santos against Yufa. After queen b7 was played rook d2, white decided that this rook is too active and it's time to exchange it. Rook takes. And now what to play? I don't believe that it is piece sacrifice here, but okay. Life is like this. Anything is possible, yes, here. Pawn takes, rook takes. Now rook d7, then rook e3, rook g3. So queen e1 protecting bishop and queen takes, yeah. So black has good, not bad compensation, but still it is a question. Is it something serious? But anyhow, after rook d2, queen d2 is stronger. Avoiding this, bishop takes f3. Everything is under control. Still, white has some pressure in the position. So let's go to our game. Deak Jobava. It's fast. It's funny, as we told that Jobava is fantastic tactician. Pawn takes, queen d5, pawn d5, knight takes, bishop d3, protecting pawn e4, rook c1, and f6, and knight c6. Yeah, knight e6. Development, knight f4 is a threat. Very logical. Jobava, some positions he starts to play extremely dynamic. Yes, but in my opinion, it is around, okay, equality I can't say, but quite dynamic position here, because black has dynamic, white has dynamic, so not clear. Moroni Shevchenko played here bishop as we left this position, knight d7, queen c2. He played simply queen c7. Knight a3. Just a second, we must explain why not queen a4. Probably knight comes here, queen takes. Knight b6 or what? Trying to play rook a8, attacking on a file. Probably this. So after queen c7 was played knight a3, protecting pawn, knight b7 back, rook b1. Okay, white controls b file. It's clear that white is slightly better, yeah? By this knight on b7 will be a kind of problem, but of course main question is if rook d8 is defensive sufficiently, yeah? Now this doesn't work, because after rook takes, rook takes b8, yeah? Knight b8, queen e8 check, bishop f8, then white is ready to mate, yes? Bishop h6. So it is dangerous line. You see, Shevchenko will suffer a bit, for sure. For sure he is suffering. Ragger, Wagner. So it was, he took only one with knight, which is probably even stronger. Rook d2, queen d2 is not big threat. So it's, in my opinion, it will be, it's around equality, but very difficult to say if it will be something more serious for black. So we have seen this bishop c3 in the game Petrosyan Manuel against Emre Can, Turkish player. So this white bishop c3, as we predicted, yes, was played. b5 is a threat, and now black has to think seriously what to do. Yeah, threat is very, very serious. So this, okay, queen b8 is maybe now queen b8, then bishop a6, and then b5. See, I don't believe in exchange sacrifice in Tigran Petrosyan style. This, for some reason, I don't believe so much, yeah? Maybe it's possible. Who knows? Then knight c5, bishop c5. Maybe it is an option. Of course, in the worst case, white can play after queen b8, white can play rook b1, yeah? Because bishop protects b1 sufficiently, bishop, knight, and rook, and still b5 is a threat. So the most important moment is that white has to try to play b5. If white will play b5 in good moment, this position can be extremely dangerous for black. And last game from our selection, you see now classics. Queen and knight against queen and bishop. Clearly that white stays better, yes, because white can coordinate attack on some weaknesses. So it's a question if, okay, queen d6, something like this, yeah, trying to hold knight e6, f e6, yeah. I mean, okay, f4, f5 is one option. White is slightly better, but to say that white has some serious winning chances, we can't, but it's clear that white will try to pressure here, for sure. White will try to pressure, and to pressure quite serious. So now let us make some short break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Hi, my name is Bob. I work at a marketing agency. Today is going to be my last day at work. I don't know it yet, but I feel kind of funny. And this is our client, Typhoon. They make forestry machinery. You know, stuff for transporting and chopping wood. I presented them a great idea for a short TV commercial with children playing Mikado pickup sticks. And then it all began. The boss asked, how are we going to show their products? It's mostly a symbolic story, but it tells a lot. And they insisted on showing their machines and to make the ad bigger, whatever that means. Film director Samantha came up with the bright idea of making a giant Mikado pickup sticks game, but with tree trunks. Yeah, but where are our products? There's gonna be machines too. And people too. Girls? Yeah. There's gonna be girls. Girls fighting for a giant Mikado pickup sticks game with machines. Samantha also wanted men fighting with giant sticks. And then the client wanted to show everything they make. Machines like the firewood processor, hydraulic tractor crane, and everything else I had no idea about. Yeah, but I suggest we just stick to the message. What if we put this machine in this battle in the background, like it's there by coincidence? Thank God I have my boss always around to come up with a great solution. This time with, what if we try cats? The internet loves cats. At that point, I could only think about how many bills I still had to pay, and why do I need to sell cats for a living? Two teams battling each other, and a big cat in between them. I mean, it's gonna be like a storm. Finally, the main question, how much budget do we actually have? Okay. How about if we just make a logo, like 3D logo? Logo? What if we put machines in the background, can we? Okay, I quit.
So we are back with our constant guest, one of the most important modern trainers, Alexander Sulipa, trainer of Ukrainian team, Vasily Ivanchuk, Ukrainian team, which was winning many medals on Olympiads and current European champion. So how guys are playing?
Difficult.
Difficult.
Yes, difficult. I think only Kuzubov has some chances.
Yeah. Okay, had good chances Volokitin either, and Krivoruchko, but they were unlucky.
Yes, unlucky.
They left tournament.
Okay, maybe Shevchenko if he's in today,
Shevchenko,
but
yes.
it's complicated.
So let us see. First board. We left position when it was played. Rook a2, Queen b6, Queen a5. White insists on winning a pawn. Bishop f7, Queen take, Queen b2. Okay, White won extra pawn. There is some threat. Rook d2. Black is well protected on the 7th rank. Rook d2 activization. I think black is.
Knight e4, bishop rook g5. If I can
Put
this, I don't know. Maybe
to play knight a2, knight g3.
knight somewhere and
Then rook d2 immediately.
No, not here. Knight e4 probably.
Maybe knight c3, no?
Or c.
No, knight c3.
Not c. I cannot.
No, c3 you
Knight
can.
e4 can I play?
How? From e2?
Check on d4.
How to play?
Knight e4, queen d4, check. I cannot. So
Threat is
some
real.
problems coordination. Yes.
Yes, rook d2 is serious threat.
Should be some move here.
It should be. I have no doubt that it should be. But which move could be here? Rook d2 is very serious threat, yeah? Okay, white can play, but knight f4 it can be dangerous.
queen
Then queen d4,
check.
queen d4 winning knight back, yes?
I cannot.
So he cannot
So
play.
only king, but I don't know king. Dangerous.
But to play king, no, king f1. King f1 is rook d2,
Rook e1.
rook e1 and rook e8, yes?
Yes.
I don't believe in queen a6.
Yes.
Such moves
No,
like...
it's pin twice here. So I will just bring bishop somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's very dangerous. There are even some... no, some strikes are not possible here. In
Okay,
this
slowly maybe. But you have no move as white here.
Yeah, no, it's very dangerous. So what to play? After queen takes a7, queen b2, what to play?
Knight I can move rook. A6. d2.
Queen a6, rook d2, yeah.
Not easy.
No, there is no real tactics. I mean that it was, I tried some tactics like this, yes, queen a6, rook d2, rook c8, but then even queen a1, rook c8 is possible, but rook e2 is winning, yes, rook e2, rook f8, king takes, queen d6 check, and probably king goes there, yeah.
Yes, but there are no real
Rook
threats.
a8 check, and
But but rook e8 should be winning.
rook e8, yes. Your bishop e8, yeah. So queen b2, he a bit underestimated all these developments. Blue baum with the pawn down obtained some fantastic activity, yeah.
Strong compensation.
Yeah, because this move does not work. King f1, rook d2, queen a6, and simply deflection rook takes e2. Yes, queen e2 and queen a1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah. Now very.
Yes. Praises queen e1, rook e1, passive position.
Yes. Sargsyan won. How he won? Just a second.
So still fight for the first
yes.
place.
when we left the game, this knight b4, and he went rook e1, knight a2, and rook c6. Yes, and rook, he activated all pieces. Yes, rook b3, knight f5. He overlooked.
Mistake.
He overlooked terrible check. Yes, he had to return somehow with
So knight to
knight.
defend, but where? Also knight c3.
knight c3.
Rook e3, but rook b1 check.
No, rook e3, rook b1. Yes, not trying to play knight d5 back as soon as possible.
Yes,
Yes, it was necessary to take much more all pieces back because knight on e2 is out, and he overlooked very cheap trick. Yes, after knight f5.
Or even knight
he
b4, rook b6, knight d3 even to change
Yes.
everything.
Yes, so and he overlooks this double attack. Yes, weakness of the back rank. Yes,
But it's normal, when we speak tomorrow with players, we agreed that it's around, they are on row rest day, first of all.
yes.
And of course in round 10 will be just
Everybody is tired. So we left. I think, as I told, that knight c7, such moves are very dangerous. Going from the strong position, trying to then check. He
check,
took,
combination.
pawn took. He played g6, rook f3, as we told. Yes, bishop e5, attacking pin, pin attacking d7. Everything is destroyed. Yes, and queen h6. Yes, and queen d1, rook f1. Yeah.
Checkmate.
Checkmate. Yes, very. In some moment, positions was very
finished.
destroyed in this game. We expected some longer fight, but in reality, everything was destroyed in few moves. And I think Abbasov, other guys, very strong, talented players, but they are very active players, and sometimes I think they cannot hold defense. In defense, long-term defense, they are not good defenders. Let's go to Ciparino. We left here after bishop c1, knight c4, knight d4, bishop takes, queen e2. It's interesting move, but knight e5, g5, here, b3, trying to activate bishop b2. Interesting idea. He has a good compensation, in my opinion. Yeah.
Of course.
Compensation is quite serious. Bishop
Because you cannot
bishop
castle.
b2, yes, then f4, and bishop can start working. The only problem of white in this position was that bishops were passive. You see, it's very interesting that white did not touch bishop from f1. Bishop on f1 is sleeping, yeah, waiting for some opportunity. Here, just something like queen c3. Queen c3 is f4, yeah. I had idea to exchange queens, you see.
Yeah, I understand.
This and maybe this, yeah. But rook g1, no, rook h2 probably.
But rook h2, I take.
Rook h2, take, bishop takes.
I take bishop. And
Yes,
take.
and then bishop takes h5. Rook takes h5, and then this bishop pair, and bishops becoming got space, and bishops have space. They are becoming very, very dangerous. Yeah.
Two bishops.
Okay, it is still okay. Still big fight like knight c6. Let's say if rook h5, rook takes, bishop takes, knight c5. You know, attacking pawn e4. If bishop f3, then knight d4,
Compensation.
bishop g2, but still, white will play bishop e3 next move. I don't think that it is possible to jump so much with these knights. I don't believe it.
But here maybe bishop f1 and king c2.
King c2, knight b4, knight b4.
King c3 check. But it's winning piece, yes.
Yes.
King c2. You take on if this.
Maybe
knight.
this knight takes, yes, and then knight g3 next
Knight
move.
g3.
And knight is running away. Yeah. So it's
Easy.
not so easy still, but it's clear that white has good compensation. Yeah. He played queen c3. Yes, as we.
Maybe just rook h3 first. It is initial idea
F4.
queen bishop
Yeah.
bishop b2.
No, bishop b2 and f4.
Yes. E4
Double attack. f4 is terrible threat. in bishop b2. Okay, he can play maybe knight g6, yeah? If bishop b2, queen goes somewhere, let's say, to c7, yes? Trying to play knight or queen c5, trying to play knight
But
f4.
maybe not bishop b2, stop, maybe e4, maybe e4, no? Knight g6, e4.
f4.
f4.
I mean, yes, f4, yeah, and then f5.
Yeah, or, yes.
No opening, yes, bishop pair will,
I like
will
white
work.
position.
Bishop pair will start working, yeah?
It's typical for Cepareno play, yes,
Yes.
typical, active.
Yes, active pawn sacrifice, yes. So, Santos Latasha plays against Yufa, Spanish game. Okay, white stays better, but black created defensive position, controlling d7. Not so easy to find some weakness. Yes, c5 is protected. Knight d3 is not possible, queen b3. Okay, maybe it's possible, but I don't think that it is something dangerous. Knight d3, queen b3, queen c5. Very dubious, yeah?
Complicated position.
Yeah, but it will be interesting fight. So we expect interesting fight. So let's go to our other Jobava. Let's find Jobava game. We were Deak Jobava, yeah. So it was position after knight c6. Knight e6. We told knight takes, pawn takes, bishop e3. Pawn takes, bishop takes. If pawn takes, knight b4, d4. If pawn takes, maybe even knight g5 is possible, yeah? Maybe. Or rook d8.
But I would take.
Take, and then rook e8, bishop e4. So, okay, he took his bishop. Rook d8, attacking pawn, rook d1. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and he played knight c5. Typical Jobava. You see a lot of this different jumping, jumping knight. Typical Georgian style, because Georgians are dancing knights. Yes, there was famous composer of studies, Giana Darishvili, who found even some subject when knights are cooperating. Okay, there are usually two knights, and it was called Mhedruli, some knight dance. Yes,
Yes, I saw it.
Mhedruli, yeah. It was great. But okay, here is typical Jobava, attacking e4. You see, he's able to.
d4.
He took, and then rook d4.
But okay, d5 pawn. So king, knight.
Okay, he doesn't threat to do seriously rook b4, rook b4 because rook d5. But
So
where
I
to
can
go
play
with knight?
Knight g3 I can play by not. How you
Yes.
catch me?
Knight g3.
G3,
Knight g3. Knight c5 is rook take. Yes, rook d5,
Yes.
unpleasant pin. Yeah. Knight c5, rook b4, rook d5, rook
I
b5.
don't see serious problems for black here.
Yes, knight g3 probably he will play.
But just maybe bring king also, king c2, king b3 this side.
Yes, king c2, king b3. White idea is to
Clear.
king white is close. Yeah. Still, I would.
e5, but f5, yeah, f5. Then I play f5. What's happened after? I don't know. Complicated.
Yes.
King c2,
Complicated
f5.
stuff. Yes. It's complicated. It will be very interesting.
This
This jump.
calculation need
Moronish Shevchenko.
Oh,
We
this is
left position after knight b7, rook b1, rook a8,
slightly better.
knight
than
a4,
white.
knight d8, h3, take, and h5. Yes, stopping bishop g4, bishop activates, king g7, king f1, queen c8.
Slightly better. Yeah,
Slightly
white.
better for white, but white has to do something with knight. I think knight c2. I
Yes,
expect something like knight c2.
Knight. Okay, yeah,
Knight
I come
c2.
back with bishop.
Where to come back? Then maybe even f4 is possible. White control much more space.
I think it's this idea of Kirill to just waiting. You move e4 to open the position.
Yes, white is slightly better for sure, but if it is sufficient or not, it's not clear. So as we discussed this position after in the game Rager Wagner. and after knight e5, and we told that this is okay. Exchange, king f1, this knight f3, rook a2 is rook b2 is useless, so rook d6, and I expect this king e2 and rook d1 draw. Yeah. So I mean, d4 moves are always taking air from the position, exchanging on e4. Pawn on d5 was quite strong. All these exchanges are, in my opinion, are leading to very equal position. Petrosyan, Emrecan, yeah. So we left after bishop c3, queen b8, rook b1, as we expected, yes. d4, oh, he sacrificed a pawn. b5, my God.
Mess.
Yes, pawn takes, sorry. b4, no, b4 was position bishop c3, b5, and if pawn c3, pawn takes c6, with a lot of threats, yeah. So he plays after b5, d4, b5, bishop d5, yes, bishop takes, and bishop c5, yeah, bishop a1. So white got past pawn.
But also white has...
Now white threats knight e4,
nice
e4.
bishops.
Yes, nice bishops, which are looking on the king's side, yes, knight e4, knight e5, queen h5. Oh my God, what is this? Aha, if knight d3, then knight f6 mate. Oh my, Not mate, sorry.
Wait, how was mate?
Not mate.
Take and h6.
Bishop f6, h6 is no mate, yeah?
Something should be here.
No, it's necessary to play knight f6. What else? Knight g5, h6.
So let's say yes. Take, but the rook in this reason.
No, it's mating queen g4. Come on. What
first.
we don't see? Queen g4.
Yes,
Bishop g7, bishop f6 mate.
Yeah, of course.
Yes? It's mate.
Yes.
So it was played queen h5, and he took on d3. He took. Is queen h5, and he is thinking, if he plays knight f6,
g6.
then knight g5, knight g6, knight g5,
And knight f7.
knight f7. Yes,
Yeah,
destroy.
but knight f7, knight e4, knight h6.
No, it's very dangerous. It must be okay. I'm not sure that it is made.
Not sure.
Not sure. Yeah? What else is possible after knight g6? Okay, g3 move is not interesting. Then bishop, then g3 is too passive. Yeah. What to do?
No, not so. Check, not so clear.
So once more. Let's try knight g5, h6. Okay, bishop g6. It is nothing.
All brooks are protected.
Yeah. Knight f7, knight f4.
Looks very strong.
Knight h6, pawn h6. Yes.
Yes, and rook.
Pawn
Placed
h6.
very well on b7 here.
Yes, this and bishop g7. Black is ready for counterattack. Yeah.
So maybe not knight g5.
Yes,
wrong.
queen h5, knight g6. Yeah.
This was against the game, yeah?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
Maybe some normal move. White he has a lot of options here. Just maybe g3 can play.
No, g3 I say, but when you attack, okay, now knight g5 is a threat.
h4,
Maybe
next
h6 now, yes.
Yeah, right. Okay, then I don't know, h4 or queen g4 first, maybe slowly.
Queen g4, knight e5. It's no, knight
No,
e5, knight
queen
f6.
f6,
King
king h8 also.
Still is
It's not
live.
clear. Yes.
Some white has to find some attacking
Okay,
way. Yeah.
White is better, yeah. For my opinion, I don't know. Should be better.
Knight g6 was played. Yes.
Yeah, normal.
Okay, let's go to some other game. It is game 10th from So we discussed this queen and knight against queen and bishop.
Better,
Yeah.
Because he's out. If bishop plays it, let's say on b7.
Okay,
yeah?
now he played queen e4. Yeah. Last
Should
move.
place it out of.
What is about queen h3? Queen check.
G3.
No, then he take.
And Queen 8.
Queen
A8.
A8, yes. It means this, yes.
Mm-hmm.
This take, he checks.
No, A8.
Ah, A8, yeah, sorry. Winning a piece, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is dubious, yes. Queen takes.
Some
Queen
checks.
takes. Queen check.
Yeah,
yes.
but I was-
King F3.
Okay, escape and should
Queen
win.
check. King H, G4
Okay,
is
not
G6,
easy, but
yes.
King E3,
King E3.
slowly.
Queen check. Here.
King E4, King
Maybe
D5.
this check even, yes.
Okay, there are some play, of course, but
Yes, if you will take this
Not-
pawn.
not easy, not easy,
Not
yes,
easy,
yes,
not
it's
easy, not
not
easy, not easy.
no, it's not easy.
Not easy.
Queen
Let's,
D3, it's
let's
C3.
return to Blue Baum. Do you think that he found reaction? Aha.
You find something.
It was Queen B2, Rook E1. Rook E8, and he. Oof. Oh my God. Rook A8, yes.
What?
Just a second.
So what's
sorry,
happened to
sorry.
Rook D2?
Rook E1,
Rook D2.
Rook E8. He played Queen A6 with Rook D2.
Not easy. Ah, maybe Rook C8. This is the idea.
Now this idea we have seen. This
We have seen
he
this.
takes.
But here is Rook take. E2.
Rook takes E2.
Mhm.
Aha, and this is pin. Ah, so smart, so smart. So game
But
was.
just wait.
Rook
I
A8,
don't like
it was
wait,
this.
wait, if-
No,
if
it is
Queen
good.
D2.
Now it's pin. Another pin. You see, there are many pins.
Uh-huh.
Rook C1. Aha, now idea is if Rook C8, then Queen D4. Rook
D4.
C8, then Queen D4. Yeah.
Probably.
Threatening Rook C8. Yes, because Rook E2 is Rook C8 check.
Mhm.
Yes. Oh my God, how he's defending.
Tricky.
White. Tricky.
Very tricky.
Very tricky position. Yeah. So Rook C1. Rook A1 is stupid, yes? Rook A1, then the same Queen D4, yeah? Or not?
But if I play Rook E5 the same. Rook Queen D4.
No, Rook A1.
But can I maybe even take and Rook Queen D4? Why not? I mean.
Take. Rook
Or
takes.
something, I
Yes,
don't know.
Queen takes and Queen D4, yeah. And
Pawn
white
is-
escapes.
pawn
And now
is
it's
pawn.
coming. Yes, yes. So,
No.
it was Queen D3, Queen B6,
Should be compensation somehow. of
Rook
course,
C1,
Not easy how.
Rook A8, and Queen D. No, it was played Rook AD8, yeah.
Yes, logically. Do not give this D4 square.
So, how to protect this knight? Queen C2, yes?
Queen C2, then I can.
No, Queen C2 is what? King F1 next move.
No, King F5. Okay, I can.
No,
start.
now okay. Now
But how you-
even knight G3 is idea. Incredible, not possible to use this, to use these pins in the position, yeah.
Overprotected everything. Yeah, so somehow white managed to
Oh, yes, this.
To
Rook
defend.
C8 and Rook D8, Queen C2. It was played, yeah.
not so easy.
Not so easy. Okay, let's go to
Maybe King
to
E8, I don't know.
Ciparino game to see.
Okay, it's happened as we said.
He played, yes, Queen C3, Rook H3, as you suggested, yes, F4, Knight G6, Queen D2, Castle finally. And, okay, Black is ready to give up a pawn, yeah? Knight G6 is protecting everything.
Yeah, maybe
Okay, he can play F5 and Rook
or
H5, yes.
Rook H5, yeah.
F5, take, yeah, or not? Maybe not taking, yes, this.
Difficult to say.
If Rook takes, then it may be Rook C8, yes.
Mhm.
If Bishop B2,
Wait. G6, okay, not.
Bishop b2.
Okay, bishop b2.
Pawn takes rook bishop h3 is an option either, but then knight f8.
Two bishops, yeah?
Yeah, bishop
Bishops,
b2.
two bishops.
Threat is queen h2.
But here maybe you have some jump.
Some jump, knight f3.
Something.
Knight f3, queen f2, yeah? And another
Okay, but
knight.
you have no threats.
And another knight comes, yeah?
Yes. Not take.
You mean this, yes? This, this. But then something is hanging in the ear, yeah?
Not really, because all times this knight d3 tricks. You know.
Yes, knight d3 is trick, yes, and queen takes, queen c2 mating, yeah? So you see, even
not easy,
knights,
not easy.
knights are jumping. You see, bishop pair, but bishop pair is not fully operating. What is important here? Bishop pair is not fully on. He played rook c3.
Or maybe it's much better than take pawn.
Only
Yeah.
move is queen b7. Yeah.
And then bishop g2 or something maybe, or maybe
Trying to play for initiative, yeah.
bishop g2 e5. Maybe.
Or f5,
Yeah.
e5, yeah.
But see, then e5 is black. Maybe stop.
Yeah, maybe.
No, maybe not bishop. Maybe some other. Maybe.
But
maybe
pawn is
e4.
hanging.
But e5.
No, e5 I don't
yes,
like.
knight d7 and
Knight d6, knight d5.
Yes, knight d5. How to?
You see,
Maybe queen c2 or queen c2 I like. Just with rook c7 penetrate you.
threat is
Seven.
rook c7, winning,
Yes.
winning.
Okay, white still.
Yes,
Good.
white has edge. Yes,
Some-
rook
some
c7. It's
initiative.
okay. Okay, let us see the next Santos. Santos, we left position
Ah, some
after queen
sacrifice.
a3. He played knight e4. Rook takes e5. He decided to sacrifice exchange. Bishop e5 would be probably queen. No. What would be with bishop e5?
Maybe. Take queen c3. This is point.
d6, f4.
F4
Yes.
and because it's
Okay. He takes, bishop takes, g3. Bishop d4 probably, yes.
This double edge position.
Compensation,
Bishop
but
d4, queen h6,
king g8.
knight g5.
King, yes, this is terrific attack, mating attack practically. Okay, bishop g7 still is keeping, but
Take on
Yeah.
h7, g6.
yeah. So, okay, white is better as we see, yeah. So, Deak Jobawa, we left after move rook.
So they
rook
played
d4.
e5, you say.
Oof, he played e5.
Immediately. Maybe
Yeah.
it's better. Even
You
better.
see?
Maybe it's even better, yeah.
Just a second. What d5, knight e4, rook d4, f5, pawn takes knight d6. What with rook b4? Rook b4, knight f5, and rook d5. Oof, you see,
Very nice.
Jobawa is fantastic
Mm-hmm.
tactician. Bishop there, rook d7,
And what's white playing?
king c2, king b3.
But
still.
I have also some trick like g6, king g7, king g6, and h pawn also moving.
Yeah, but these two pawns can be lost.
Yes,
See?
maybe.
King c2 or king
But
a2.
also other option, I have something, but
King a2 or king c2.
knight e7, d6, knight is possible.
Knight c6.
Possible. Bishop c7, yeah.
And then rook d5, yeah.
Bishop is better, as
Yeah.
Kasparov said.
Bishop is always better, yeah.
Always better.
No, just a second. Yes, it is rook d7 waiting. Okay. Maronish Shevchenko. It was
Complication
position,
coming, starting. Complication.
Bishop g2, bishop d4, this, e6. Oof, he decided. My God.
What's happened?
Okay, knight e6, bishop take, queen takes, and then
Queen d7. Queen d7, queen h1.
No, queen f3.
Queen f3, sorry.
No, queen f3, rook is on b3.
I
Queen
see, queen
h1,
h1.
king e2, queen d2 check,
Oh,
king
queen.
d1, queen d1. I'm trying
Where's
to
piece?
get.
Where's piece?
Yeah.
So what's the idea? So take on e6.
Oh, he must take on e6. What else?
Shevchenko, Kirill is tactical.
Knight f6.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
you see.
Oh my God. E7.
But it looks very dangerous, I mean.
Very dangerous.
I don't like for that position. Wait, e7?
e7, knight e6. His idea is.
Uh-huh. So maybe first take on d4 to eliminate this strong
I
bishop.
don't like his position.
Yes, of course.
So Ragger, Wagner. They.
How he put his knight on d5?
He started to play knight d7. Some strange g6.
So
knight
why,
and he wants to play c6.
What? Okay,
C5.
why not c6? I know.
c6 maybe c4. He
But
does
c4
not.
didn't give you d. Okay, and after you won't
Okay.
take.
But maybe here it is nothing special. Yeah?
Right, clearly better for me. King e3 slowly. Okay, no real plan, but okay, I understand. But rook c1 next, why not? King e3, rook c1, slowly. Rook
Now
c8.
white is slightly better for sure. Yes, and where is this game? Peterson, Emre Can.
Oh, this is complicated. So the
Yes,
plan
we told
g3
yes,
was
knight g6, g3, as we predicted, h6, knight c3, bishop c5, pawn takes, queen f3.
yeah, he not,
White is better, of course.
has good extra
But
pawn.
queen d5 is not a threat, queen g6, queen g3, so it's not big idea, but still. So endgame Asadli. So we saw this position after
E5.
queen e4, bishop d7, king g3, queen d6, check this,
Oh, I don't
f5,
like these anti-positional moves.
which f5.
E4, yeah, f5. Now this endgame can be lost.
But look,
Okay.
he can play simply bishop e6 next move.
And
Take
bishop
on
d5.
e6, bishop d5, yeah. So maybe it is very logical move.
Maybe.
Maybe it is possible. It is very logical move.
Okay, let's say I can play king somewhere.
No, probably he
E3,
cannot-
queen e7.
I
maybe
didn't
it's
like
draw,
his.
maybe it's draw.
I like g5, f5.
If I like e5,
Yes,
okay.
he did
Let's
very
see. Okay,
logical.
I start with let's say g3 move
Bishop e6.
and king f2. So what you play? Slowly. Queen c6 next. If you don't play bishop d5, yeah, you can put it in the board. G3. Let's see.
G3, yeah. Bishop e6, yeah.
King f2.
King f2, yeah. Avoiding
play?
check. Bishop d5 is dangerous. Even
Yes, of course. Okay, I have a lot of moves. Queen c8, for example.
Queen c8, yes.
She must
bishop-
play against g6 or what?
Yes, bishop e4 not possible.
Bishop. Yes, bishop.
No, sacrificing to activate bishop, I don't believe such. Okay, maybe this
okay,
this
so queen a3, yeah.
sacrifices are playable. Maybe.
Yeah, but I have the knight e2 sooner or later. So.
Yeah, knight e2.
Okay, slightly better both position.
Yeah.
You don't need to give this pawn. Maybe
Yeah,
G6,
but
maybe
just
G6.
as a
But I prefer white. I mean,
yeah.
just
White is slightly better for sure. Still, as we told. Yeah. So let's make some break, 10 minutes, and then we will be back. So we are back with our games. So let's first of all, of course, let us check the game of the leader. The game of the leader. Oof.
Where's quality?
Exchange. He lost exchange. Rook d8, Queen c2, Bishop b3.
Ah, you don't see
Queen
this.
b2 and Rook d5. Yeah.
Nice.
King f1.
Distraction.
He is losing exchange. h6, Queen d2, Rook b8, g4.
Difficult position.
Sorry,
Difficult, but
but maybe not lost. King
lost,
g2,
yeah.
knight g3. There are good chances to save
but
this
if
position.
I come to h1, maybe somehow.
But King
first
g2 he
queen.
will come. Yes.
King g2, knight g3. But then second line.
Mhm.
Maybe knight on f2 you must put.
Yeah, but I think it's there are good drawing chances. So let's go to Cheparinov, Durar Bailey. We finished
Otherwise.
here with Rook c3, Queen a7, and he exchanges queens with a pawn down. Yeah, f6, Bishop h3, Rook e8, Rook c6, knight
Domination.
f8.
Domination.
Yes, e5, pawn takes, knight takes. Pawn to what was necessary to take? Probably.
So why not f5?
f5, it
f5, bishop f1 next, yeah?
takes on g5,
Bishop
but
take.
bishop f1 is not clear. g4 pawns will start coming.
Bishop take, I play knight c5.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
So this knight f6, f5,
Interesting.
knight takes, bishop g2. Okay, still extra
Strong
pawn.
bishops. But knight f6, okay.
Yeah, knight f6 probably. I think
Bishop
he
c6.
can hold.
Bishop c6.
Yes, bishop c6, rook c8, bishop
Take.
b5, rook c3. Then pawn h is still
Yeah,
alive.
but yeah, pawn h. Yeah,
Pawn
maybe.
h, pawn h is. So let's go to Santos. Latasha against Ufa, Spanish derby. We saw last time this position. Yes, Queen f4, Queen a8, Queen f7. He takes. Okay, he can take on e4 mate. So threat is okay. Queen
Okay,
e7.
the seventh strat.
So what to do? Queen d8 is a bit too passive. I don't believe in such moves. Not easy. Not easy for black. Not easy. Defense is difficult. You see, now players, they have additional 30 minutes. No, not 30 minutes, just 30 seconds. Deak against Jobava, as we predicted, King a2.
Yes.
King f7, knight e7, d6, knight c6, bishop c5, g5, pawn takes, king takes. rook
Yes,
d5.
difficult position, yeah? Difficult position for black.
Yes, h pawn he must come.
Only chance.
Only chance with h pawn, h5,
But
h4.
h5, bishop b3 maybe. Rook g.
But
Okay,
bishop
but that's
e3,
maybe
h4.
draw, maybe holding draw.
Yes, but still fighting for draw. White is slightly better, I think. So we it's Shevchenko.
Crossed already.
Yes, when it was knight is just a second. What was d6, knight f6. Oof, knight takes d4, pawn takes e7, knight e6, queen c6.
Just exchange.
Yes,
Game
and
over.
rook c8. Yes, rook b6, knight c5, bishop b4, knight e8. He's defending.
Yeah, but nothing to defense.
Yeah, d3, rook a3, pawn takes, king takes.
Pawn too strong and result.
Pawn on e7 is extremely strong. It's a nail, like nail.
But
Yeah.
he played very well during turn.
Yeah, but okay, it's not easy. Rager plays against Wagner. What we have seen, this like last cb4 was. Rook c6, knight e3, protecting h5, rook d2, king
Yeah, we
here,
draw.
pawn takes, rook e6 attacking. What is the idea? King f3.
Maybe some maybe G. Why not? Maybe even G5. Should be draw.
Yeah, should be, but white is slightly better.
Yeah, maybe.
It's for sure. So Petrosyan, Emrecan. We left position after queen f3.
Always draw, yeah.
Knight e5, bishop takes, rook takes, yes, exchanges. He stopped the pawn. A slightly better position with opposite colors bishops, yes. And white exchange, yes.
I don't like exchanging queens.
Yes, if rook
Opinions will be draw,
rook c5, even rook d6 is playable, yeah.
Yes, rook d6.
Here after rook c5 is rook d6. Oh, no, king g2 he played. Okay, it is nothing.
Yeah.
It is nothing. It will be draw. They will
King
try.
f6, king f6, king e6.
Yes, and Asadli game. Asadli we
Still.
left after king g3, f5. Yes, king e3, queen here.
Okay, white is better. As was.
White is slightly better, but very difficult to do something. Yes, it will be still long game. They will try to.
Because I cannot escape from this diagonal.
Yes.
Because queen
If
before
you-
queen
yeah,
d5. Yeah.
Queen before queen d5. Yes, this diagonal is dangerous.
This is the problem.
King c2 he played.
Yes, but what after?
Once king b2, then queen b4.
Queen before queen d5 all time.
Yes, queen e7 then. Trying to activate somehow and to come to if check king a3.
Maybe, but
Some chances are there.
Yeah, of course.
So some chances. So let's
white are
return.
playing. What is playing for win?
Yeah. So blue baum. G4, queen e5, queen f4. Rook check, king f2. White can hold, but it will be not so comfortable. Yeah.
Yes, long way.
Yeah, yeah. It will be still long game. Cheparinov.
Oh, something happened.
Bishop g2 check, king here, rook c8, rook c6. Now after exchange, yes, it's necessary to exchange.
Yes, but this pawn is very dangerous.
Yes, b4 is not good because of
Typical,
a4.
yeah.
Yes, typical trick. Yes, cheap trick. So after this, he must take probably. Yeah.
But I take. Yeah. Take pawn.
Bishop c5 is the move
Yes, also.
because b4 only move. King b2 is a threat. And this position is slightly better for white, as this bishop pair is very dangerous.
Knight e2. Still, it's not.
Knight e2, yes,
also
and knight
this-
d4.
And after h4, h3, maybe
Yes.
even just.
But black is extra pawn, but
Yeah, but
it is
white is playing. Yeah, for
yeah,
me.
yeah, white because this pawn b will be, and bishop's control is the typical advantage of bishop over knight. The bishop controls both flanks. Yes, so knight is not cannot.
Good
control
example
both flanks.
for Josef Dorfman lecture.
Yes, the lecture. Yes. Santos Latasha. What was played after queen f7, queen e4, bishop e4, h5.
No, the idea maybe is to jump to someone a1.
A1,
maybe
rook
something,
g2.
But it's lost. Yes.
Must be
Rook
lost.
lost.
Yes, must be lost. Must be lost.
Not so much.
There, Jubava, what was happening? Jubava still thinking after.
Yeah,
d5.
because it's need to calculate what to play.
Yeah,
So h5, bishop e3. What is the idea?
h4.
Check. Check is draw.
Yes.
Why not pushing h5? What's happened?
No, but it's some trick, of
Be-
course. Some trick exists here. This. H4.
No, h4.
Rook check. No, rook check maybe. King f6. If this move.
No, I just take.
No, it can be problem here. You see, it's classical deflection. King e7, bishop c5, king e5, bishop.
Yes,
king
yes, I
here.
forgot about this. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So
True.
Jubava is thinking. Yeah.
Then I can play king f7 maybe.
Moroni
Bishop g5.
Shevchenko resigned.
Yes.
It was clear. Rager Wagner
So I think still thinking.
thinking. Yes. I
Is
don't-
Ponomarev game is over? How is Ponomarev? Just down, yeah.
Levaich Ponomarev, let us see. Levaich,
Okay, so Ruslan. Oh, complicated game.
yes. But, okay, knight d6 is strong, but
But B pawn also.
b pawn is a pawn, yes, we know. And he has extra pawn.
Strange position.
Yes. But black has extra pawn, so, okay, white has some compensation.
Extra pawn, so black.
Extra pawn, yes. He wants to play maybe rook d5, trying to attack from the back. Yeah.
Yes, some chances.
Some chances. Asadli against Svane, it's still something.
It's starting.
Starting some attack finally. But queen g3, I don't think that's big threat. Knight f5, yes. So maybe queen e7. Queen d5, I don't believe. But now we see. White is back.
Can I play? King e3, bishop e8.
Yeah, okay, queen d5 is a move. Queen c8. No, queen g3.
No, I like personally king a3 activate, and if you move bishop, but he will move bishop on d1 because bishop e8, queen e7 domination, but bishop d1 there are.
Queen d5 or queen c8?
Queen c5, queen
Yes,
d5.
yes.
But if I take pawn,
Take pawn.
maybe there are check, some checks, and but how I?
Check. And
But I can play even queen g6. Why not?
Yes.
I give this pawn, but my king take on h3 also.
Yeah. Activization. Yes.
But it's not
Bishop
clear.
d7. Yes.
Clear.
Yeah. Okay. Black is defending. It is clear.
Defending well, yeah.
So defense is quite strong. So once more, Lagarde, queen f4, and black is thinking.
Yeah, important.
You see, leader of the tournament still has extra pawn. Knight h2, yes, as we predicted. Bishop c5 or bishop b5, yeah?
Yes, good option.
Maybe bishop b5 is simpler than bishop c4, check, king d2, bishop c4, bishop c5, and b4 running. But at the end of the day, it can be draw, I think. He will sacrifice some knight for this pawn, and it will be draw. What Santos is doing, he took on e6,
Yeah, but
king h7, check, and this. He tries to keep defense, yeah?
difficult position.
Difficult, yeah. But it's necessary to put rook somehow.
Yeah, if activate rook,
action.
it will be over, of course.
Yes, if queen e6, king h3, but then king queen a1. Still some counter attack. Yes, bishop on d4 with coordination with the queen can be some draw instrument. Yeah.
Yes, but technically it's white winning.
I think even something like can be winning something like this. I'm not sure, of course. Queen d6, queen e4, queen f4, queen e1. Rook takes. If pawn takes queen d4, but then queen e2 check is possible.
First.
Yeah. King h3 and this check. No, but this check is this, simply. If queen e2, then queen f2, yeah. This endgame, but this endgame is still some play. I mean, if not queen e6, queen e2, king h3.
Take.
Is this surely winning?
Not sure. No, maybe queen h6 to collect all pawns. But it's not.
Collect. Just a second.
I know. There are a lot of, queen d4 check. Okay, queen d4 check. Of course. If
Yeah.
you take on d4 check, is much better.
No, queen h6, queen g6, and rook g2. It's
Yes,
simplest.
Yeah,
Okay,
there is no-
winning chances for sure. For Santos, Spanish derby is.
Okay. Still is king f6.
Yes, bishop takes b4. No, king e6. King e6.
Strange.
King e6. He will play rook h5. Yeah.
Maybe it was the same. H5, bishop b4 idea was before. Now it's look lost.
No, it's clear that white is better, but question is white is winning.
But how you play now?
Bishop
Right.
d2.
No, but it's black to move. King e6, rook
King
h5,
rook h5, yes.
knight check, knight e5, maybe some chances. Yes, knight check d4, and knight e5.
And knight f5, yeah.
Just standing like this.
Yes, protecting and
Maybe
later-
after activate rook,
Yes, yes. Maybe king
because
b6
if you rook must put somewhere.
Yeah, it's best chance for sure.
But
Still,
I take on
rook
take on
d4 was
d5.
played, yeah. It is slightly better, but I don't believe that it can be winning. But okay, here
It's
is
draw.
around draw. Yeah, Rajan against Petrosyan Manuel. It is draw. Asadlı
Thinking.
now thinking after queen
Of course,
d6.
it's complicated here.
Yes, yes. Okay, white is playing for win, but it's a question if it will be very
Indisch game,
open-
see. Here there are some games in Czech. Oh, it is complicated all time.
Yes, equal pawns, but who has worse king? I think white has worse king a bit, but knight on b6 is protecting everything.
Strange position.
Usually it is draw.
Navarra?
Grandelius.
Navarra Stefansson, how was he?
Where is Navarra?
Navarra, it was pawn down, 26 upper. Yeah. He was pawn down.
Rook h4 last move.
Looks completely lost. Yeah.
For white?
Yes. You cannot move rook because h2. So how you play? Rook d4 next.
Yeah. Navarra started tournament well, but he was in bad form and could not.
Grandelius? There are Grandelius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw Grandelius.
Up.
Yeah. Okay, this position. Okay, white is better.
Yeah, quick. No, but it's okay, quality.
Yeah, but exchange, but some pin, king h2, knight d5. Probably winning chances for
Bartel? Still playing. I see.
Where is Bartel game?
29, yeah. Just down. Up.
Up.
Here.
Noe.
Oh.
Noe sacrificed exchange.
Bartel is interested in this game. I checked it before.
Yes, white this knight is very strong, but okay, a pawn. A
Yeah.
pawn must
No,
knight, but knight e5, queen f6, queen e6.
Or queen f1.
Always
Queen f1, which is sorry. Cannot.
queen e6, then h5 maybe, and queen.
No, but I think Bartel.
Queen g5. Yeah, well, it's not easy. You see, it's the
It's
second
not easy, of
position.
course, but
There are a few positions with exchange up, but it is not clear everything. So let's return to our leader's game because it's the most important, interesting for everybody. Yeah. So he played queen f4, queen b5, king f2, rook d8, queen d2, queen e5.
no problem with h pawn. No.
Okay, he can play
King,
knight
knight g3, huh?
or knight f4 even.
Knight g3, rook, then rook,
So
b8.
and what is the problem here? King g3.
g3.
Rook f8. No, rook f8, and this can be problem because g5 is a threat, and now it
Yeah.
will be pin.
Mm-hmm.
It's necessary to avoid
Or-
pins, yes. So he has to play, maybe going back knight g2 and protecting everything.
Then rook b8, rook b2.
Rook b8, king g3, rook b2, rook b2.
Check.
Okay, queen
maybe
d5
rook,
or queen d5.
Okay, play both position. Okay.
Yeah, I think he will hold with white, yeah. Ciparino durably, bishop c5 as you proposed, yes. So it
So
will be,
what is this?
as we talked about
okay.
it.
But now,
Before king b2, knight c3, king bishop b4.
No, but white to move. He plays g6. And I can take this. The idea if you play before, you take on before and take on e5. It's interesting game.
No, now king b2 is
Because,
sacrificing.
no, it's lost.
I don't believe it. Don't believe it. Santos with a pawn down.
No, it's lost.
He's fighting, yeah. He
It's also
has to be lost. But still kicking.
But no,
Still
by any
kicking.
strategy, I can play rook e2.
Deak Jobava. He lost a pawn.
How is possible? Wait.
King e6.
He didn't activate the knight.
No, his idea is king d7 and then rook a3 check. Bishop c5, rook h5, rook f5 to attack. Maybe Jubava found interesting way.
Yes, okay, it's still a long way because king d7.
Yeah. Ragger, they are okay. Black is improving now a bit. Knight c6. Oh, but I don't believe it will be draw. Petrosyan Emrecan, rook f1. He took a pawn. I don't think it was a clever decision to take this stupid pawn.
But after king somewhere, king c6, bishop e4.
But still, it has to be draw. Ah no, rook f5. Yes.
No, king e6.
King e6, rook
E6.
f5. Yes.
Rook f5, I don't know because
And
rook
bishop.
b5.
Yeah.
Well, bishop take, and now activate maybe king.
And d6, bishop d3, and maybe f6. Yes.
Oh,
Then
it's-
king c5.
it's okay.
rook
Just
h5,
activate
I
rook
should say,
after
yes,
the
yes.
second.
Yeah, it's not nothing serious. On Asadlisvane, white is still thinking. So, but I think it's much closer for draw. So many draws anyhow today. Santos will win. Not easy, but he will win. So
Blue-bound game.
yes, it is enough for today. All the best till tomorrow, till to last round.
Just like in chess, in every innovation, it is required to think a few moves ahead. In Alpha, we do just that. We develop electronics and electric motor solutions that revolutionize e-mobility. To continue to do so, we are now growing our team with new electronics and mechanical engineers, as well as forward-looking physicists and software experts. And while it is typical for the automotive industry to be quite conservative, we encourage our team members to apply their ideas no matter how unorthodox they may be. We have a startup mentality, and we invest in solutions that just make sense.